Boim.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to episode 6 of My Ladies. This is going to be the last episode, but it's not, and it has impeded my ability to do math. And welcome to episode 6 of My Lady of Sorrows. I am Alishiera. I am your keeper for this evening, and we'll throw over to BurrowsRed.
Hi, hello, I'm Burrows. I am just average person who does nothing at all. Um, Sorry, that was meant to be a reference to my character, but I didn't. I said me. It's fine. It's all good. I saw the glare and I was like, wait, but it's just yeah, I realized what I fucked up. I play Harper, who is absolutely nothing special, does nothing fancy fun at all, but she is horrible. So please keep that in mind. Please. I am not horrible, I promise. Just a little bit chaotic. Just a little bit. But Harper is worse. So, yeah.
Oh, it's me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm so glad Rome is done with this because I'm never gonna get used to this audio. um. I have like one brain cell tonight apparently, and it's already really confused. I am Lefson. I am playing Luciana. She is a witch, and I will. I'm gonna just like, I don't know, slap myself off camera for a second until I wake up. I don't know what happened. I was having a perfectly normal conversation before we started this, and now I'm just like, oh dear. That's it.
Hello. Hi, I'm Friendo. I'm playing Astra, who it occurred to me as I was putting on the eyeshadow that you cannot see past my glasses, that I should have specified they use like any pronouns. They, he, she is fine. I just use they, them. Not that that's the default for non-binary people, but any pronouns with Astra are fine. Because gender means nothing to them. Anyway, outside of that, I am a skeleton. Um, and I click clack wherever I go. That's it. Ali, please save me from my own introduction.
And as I said before, I'm Alishiera. I am the keeper for this evening. You can find me on the internet. Do I do things? Yes, I make things now. Do I do internet things? Not really at the moment, but I might again. Who could say? But yes, I make stuff. We have been doing fairs. I've been going with BurrowsRed. We'll be at Gamma, which is coming up in July. We'll be at Oz Comic Con in Adelaide. It's going to be very fun. Because we're massive nerds. We make nerdy things to sell to nerdy people, which is great.
Big announcement for the latest one.
Yes, I don't know if we're going to announce it separately, but we are going to be going to Smash as well. Very exciting. They've finally gotten back, which is huge news. It'll be very fun. It'll be very great, and it'll be grand, and we'll have things, and it will be a splendid time. And you should definitely come and see us if you are at Smash, because we're great. And if you're here, there's probably stuff that would interest you, whether you want to purchase or not. It will be a good peruse for you, and then something might tempt you. So, would recommend. Anyway, getting into the session. Quick recap, and it will be a quick one this week because we will be getting into a pretty intense session. Or not. Actually, it might be a walk in the park. Who could say? But last week, the group reconvened back at Viridian after Cherry was properly introduced to the group by Harper. It was not awkward at all, and Luciana definitely had a great time sitting in the back seat with them for the whole drive back to Viridian, and everyone had a wonderful time. Astra was able to coax some answers out of Cherry about how they viewed Harper and got to be a little bit lovey-dovey, which again Luciana thought was great and loved being in the back seat while that was happening. On getting back to Viridian, they were talking to everyone in the group. Luciana noticed that Cherry seemed to have at least met Scarlet before, even though they were saying, no, don't know who this person is. Lovely to meet you. They could tell it wasn't really a fully genuine, oh, so good to meet you. I've never met you before. Going through, they were discussing what they would be doing next. Should they be reporting to someone? They were recommended maybe tell someone, debrief someone on what you had done with the events that had transpired the previous session. And begrudgingly, they thought maybe we'll tell someone. Henry exited Cephas's office and they intercepted him on the way, particularly Harper, who always loves to get a little dig in when she can. Very politely, of course, because Henry's a doctor and Harper respects that. Henry informed them that Cephas was out and he could take the report for them. Rohan was called over to take notes for them because partly they had a big evening and had just gotten back from a mission, and partly as a courtesy and partly because didn't really trust most of the party members to fill the form out correctly. Probably would have trusted Luciana, but it's fun to have a dig at Rohan anyway. Discussing their next move after finding their report, they decided that they would all go together to the comedy club the following evening. It was about 4 a.m. at this stage, so they thought, have a sleep in, be rested. It's better to take a little bit extra time and be rested and not make mistakes than it would be to rush in. They recruited Rohan, who was delighted to be joining them and definitely hadn't been consistently antagonized throughout the meeting, and really convinced Henry. There was some light questioning of like, hey, would you like to come? And he declined. Deciding what to do for the rest of the evening, Luciana was done and grabbed some keys because she was told she could borrow a car, dropped Astra home, drove herself home, and had a lovely, restful sleep, knowing that they would be to the chosen Waffle House, 24-hour Waffle House that they had agreed upon at the exact time that they needed to be there, which they did. With Astra, Harper, on the other hand, decided to stay. They convinced Cherry to watch some movies with them. There was a little bit of shiftiness of Sigil saying, I forgot the keys to Cherry's room. Whoops. You have to come down and grab them later. And Harper said, don't worry, just stay in my room with me. It's fine. Cherry did sneak out in the morning to go down to get breakfast or something. Who could say? And had very politely made the bed on their side, but there were some silvery white hairs that were left on the pillow, which kind of weird. Cherry has black hair, but anyway, moving through, Rohan was getting really pissed off because Harper was taking a long time, blew up the door to get into the room to yell at her to hurry up. It was a whole thing, but we move and they got to the Waffle House only a cheeky 45 minutes late. Hour, not that much by Harper's standards. It was pretty
I
on
actually
time.
think it was only like 20 minutes
Oh,
because
was
I
it
made
only
a note
20?
of it. Yeah.
Yes, actually,
They were
yes,
almost
after
on
the
time.
tour. But Rohan did throw Harper's phone magically out the window because Harper was incessantly playing music, which blew up on the road when you're going at speed and a phone hits the ground. It does that. To get some payback, when they were at the Waffle House, while they were planning what they were going to do and eating, Harper decided to go and kindly inform the staff that it was Rohan's birthday and see if they could get something organized for him, because he might look like a bit of a sourpuss, but he definitely has a heart of gold and would love a delightful birthday surprise. This went flawlessly and resulted in Rohan deciding to scout ahead so that everyone could enjoy the meal. It was definitely a move out of courtesy and no other motivations. While they were finishing up their meal, Henry appeared at the table to deliver a new phone to Harper, saying, don't worry about it. It is a favor that I am doing for someone. Offered to wait with them and go up to the club, but they said, no, you go ahead. We'll finish up and pay and all that. So he headed off a couple of minutes earlier than them. On walking to the club, Astra thought, I should probably see if I could suss was going out to see if there's a vibe, and indeed there was a presence of some more nefarious traces of magic latching onto individuals that were making their way through the strip that contained the comedy club. They definitely, anyone that was afflicted seemed skittish, seemed like they did not want to come into contact with other people, and it seemed to dissipate somewhat as they left proximity of that stretch of road. They rounded the corner where the comedy club was and were walking up, taking in the big hyena statue on the cackling hyena that was being constructed as part of the renovations. Buildings covered in scaffolding. Nothing too worrying at the front. It was a very still night. As they made their way around the back of the building, however, as they were stepping around the corner, Astra received a text message that simply said, "Run," from Henry. And as they rounded the corner, they were met with a scene of Rohan heavily bleeding from both arms, Henry on the ground holding his side, and an individual with a description and image that fit the file that they had received on Grasp, an incredibly dangerous individual that works for Calamity, who had had an altercation with Sigil previously. He turns, assesses the group, and with a wry smile says, "Pleasure to finally meet all of you." And that is where we pick up.
Sorry, just casually writing my battle plan. Yeah, so how do we start this?
So Henry looks up, obvious pain in his expression, but also looks almost mournful that obviously his message hadn't reached Astra early enough. He will just, can you say, just like gesturing away from the building. Grasp seems to have done some kind of magic. Henry's not talking. He seems somewhat incapacitated. Rohan will turn and say, "The fuck are you doing? Go, run, get out of here." As he is bleeding heavily from the arms and pulls off his back something that looks similar to the arcane rifle that Sigil had in a previous session.
Monster of the Week, right, doesn't
Yes.
really have an initiative, right?
It has a loose initiative that the way that I do it is roughly everyone does get a turn. You can switch up the order on each turns, though. It'll essentially be players get an option to do something, and then the monster or threat gets an option to do something.
I am going to turn and run and try to, you know how we've walked down the alley a little?
Mhm.
I want to walk to the front of the comedy club. Or run to the comedy. I'm not walking.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. So Harper dashes off unless anyone else intervenes with her. Grasp doesn't seem super distracted or interested in Harper specifically running away. But will start making some gestures in the air. It seems like it is doing something. Not that you can properly tell what he's doing. What is everyone else doing?
I was muted. Oh, it's a good brain day today. Luciana's just going to kind of go like, no, in the direction of Harper, like fucking off. Like, we had a conversation about this. We had a conversation about when someone's in trouble, you don't just run away. And then I would like to use the rope that I just sent you
Yeah.
to summon a little blue magic friend.
Roll.
And I've just realized I hadn't
Wind.
got my dice out yet. I'm just going to mute for a second so nobody's hearing. I keep my dice in jars, and sometimes they get stuck and they won't come out.
Damn.
Which is a really, it's a loud noise. Okay, let's see how this fucking goes. That's a 3, and that's on the floor. Ow. God, I got a flu shot yesterday and that arm really hurt. Did it again. Okay, a 6 and a 3, and plus thing weird is another 3, so that's not a 9. Not a 9. That's before I add the other 3. That's a 12.
Perfect. Well, yes, you flawlessly. No one has seen you do this before, but it seemingly comes naturally. You pull out. Would you like to explain how you summon this little friendly little creature?
Yeah, so he's a little icy spirit. He's a little icy spirit. So I summon him by pulling out my knife and using it to just crush some little icy mints in my hand, and then I just chuck them as a little like scatter. Because you can't really carry your ice cubes in your pockets. So mints, mints are cold.
So the rest of you, just Astra, really. Harper's kind of not in
Facing
eye
the other
mode.
direction.
So just Astra. We'll see as Luciana crushes these mints and scatter them in the air. They kind of spread out in this big array of shards of mints before kind of wrapping together in the space and appearing a little icy sprite. Not dissimilar, actually, from the Will-o'-the-Wisps that you had encountered earlier, except instead of having a fiery appearance, it has almost a translucency ice finish, and instead of the waves of fire, it's like rolls of mist that are coming off of it. He's baby, but strong baby. Do not underestimate baby, but is baby.
Um, and because this isn't D&D, it doesn't say things like it can only travel a certain distance. So I'm assuming it can travel as much distance as I
Y-
want it to.
Yeah, it's a magical spirit. I'm gonna say that it has equivalent of a pretty high move speed, but also within this space, it's like a back entrance to the club. So you're not super far away anyway. You're within a reasonable distance that you could clear the distance with it.
Cool. I'm gonna send my little buddy. Really, honestly, just like right at grass. Um, I'd like him to kind of hover around Henry a little bit, but I'd like him to take a whack at him either next turn. I'm not sure when they're supposed to do their first damage. If it's
No, it
summon
can
damage, I mean,
it's
no.
equivalent to an attack, so it can
Okay.
attack this one. So you send it forward and you see you're not really sure what to expect because you haven't done this before. But as you go bestie, attack that fool kind of vibe. It
Go for
will
the eye.
oblige, yeah. And it does, in fact, go for the head area. But instead of really doing something, you didn't know if it was going to cast something itself or attack by doing some magical effect. Instead, it kind of rushes at Grasp and actually passes through him. And as you see where it passes through, it's like frostbite, leaving residual damage where it passed through, in almost an intangible way. Uh, it recoils slightly, but doesn't seem particularly phased. But it does pull an even bigger grin to his expression as he's turning and assessing both of you that are remaining. Astra,
Cool.
what are you doing?
Love a masochist.
I think I've asked this before, but just to check, protect someone is more like a reaction type move, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, so
yeah.
it's I like doing it kind of in the sense that everything's happening at once. Similar to D&D where it's like a round is 6 seconds, everything's kind of happening at once and you can do something and then kind of react to then if someone gets attacked or something. So, yes, I loosely use it as a reaction.
Okay, because yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, I know that Dr. Henry and birthday boy Rohan said to run, but hell no, we're not doing that. I'm not leaving my friends. So I'm just trying to decide, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Yeah, hell with it. I think like Astra stops for a second and then they look, I think, I don't know if they've ever like genuinely looked angry, like had that like expression, but that's what their face looks like. Like they're like, oh boy, oh geez, you heckin', you done it now. So yeah, they will rush forward to Grasp, if that is his real name. And as they take long strides forward, sort of pull the sword out of their bag and will transform the bag into their sword, and take a just two-handed, take a big swipe and try and kick some ass.
Very good. Roll to kick some ass.
Okay. 7, 8. Count. Ah! 10.
Perfect.
10.
That is a complete success. Yes, you are slashing out. Would you like to choose your extra perk for getting a full success and kick some ass as well?
Okay. What? Hmm.
Hmm.
I would like to uh give +1 forward.
Hmm?
I'm trying to decide. I'm gonna give +1 forward to Rohan. Uh
Okay.
so I think that looks like they take a big slash, and kind of, well, I don't know, as they're running up, just like Rohan's just told them to leave. And they'll just be like, but it's your birthday! Smack. So
Perfect. And it's a 4 harm sword, Astra has?
yes, sorry.
3.
It's 4, yeah.
Perfect. Yes, you come in and cleanly swipe towards Grasp. Funnily enough, they don't really seem to react so much to the incoming blow. They kind of just take it and don't lash out in response to Astra. Instead, will reach up and grab the hilt of Astra's sword that is now buried into their shoulder and hold it there. Rohan, who looks pissed off at the fact that you guys have stayed, but begrudgingly is not going to acknowledge it, with this rifle that he has pulled out, kneel and aim it towards Grasp's head. You can see as his arms are still bleeding, whereas Sigil's rifle had like a green elemental glow. His is red, as you can see the drops of blood that are kind of dripping off his arms, kind of getting pulled back up into the rifle itself. And he will take a shot at Grasp. And you can see as he's leveling it, Grasp does turn and look and goes to move out of the way. But with the +1 forward, Astra sees this reaction and is kind of able to pull forward, seeing as they're still gripping their sword. And Rohan gets a clean shot right to the side of the head. You can see as this beam of red energy clips through and kind of takes the skin off of Grasp's brow. It's not fleshy underneath. It's not bleeding. It is very crystalline and almost black colored. He looks angry is the wrong word. It's amused, but pushing to the limits of amusement. Like he was happy to tolerate or to entertain the resistance that people were putting up, but now it's getting to a point that he's probably going to start acting a bit more seriously. Henry will try and stand up, which unfortunately he doesn't do, as you can see a very faint glow coming from under his shirt on the side that he is clutching, and he tries to get up on one knee and falls back down to the ground. Now it's Grasp's turn. He is going to turn to Astra, and he's going to smile, say, I think it's better if he took this inside, don't you? And I would like Astra to roll Act Under Pressure with disadvantage, because Grasp is grasping your wrist.
Wow, rude.
Yeah, it's...
Okay. Oh. Okay, that's one set. Okay, so disadvantage. So act under pressure. That is 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
So you manage to grasp, you look at him, and it's very disconcerting, the flesh that's kind of rolled off the side of his face, revealing this crystal-like bone structure underneath. But no, you don't think you are going to go inside. That seems like a bad idea. You can see the amusement spark up once more in his expression, tainted with borderline frustration at the situation that's unfolding in front of him. And with his free hand, he's going to put his fingers in his mouth and whistle a very long, shrill whistle. Harper, where would you be standing? You have gone out the front of the club?
Yeah, I don't know how far away that is, though.
Yeah. Harper, you hear a noise above you, and as you turn and look, you can see the large stone sculpture of the hyena start animating and crawling off of the roof of the club into the side alley. Behind you, but that's not good. This is about a 9-foot tall hyena statue.
Mm-hmm.
That is now making its way towards your friends. Luciana, I would like you to roll weird as accompanying this whistle to try and maintain your sprite in its form as another effect happens.
Double sixes.
And
Plus
it's fine.
3.
This is your
I'm
best
gonna
friend's
need
sprite.
that later.
This sprite is going nowhere. You're homeboys, and it's here to stay. That will bring us loosely to the top of the order. There are other things that happened, but you can't see them. So,
Oh no.
Harper.
So, plan is, now that I am hopefully out of immediate danger, I'm guessing the hyena is coming down to where Grasp is right now.
Yes, so what was going towards Luciana from what you can tell.
Yeah, but
Luciana
heading
was,
down there.
Yes.
So my plan is, from this point, first step is to fill in Cherry of everything I can see. Like literally looking around the corner and going, there is a giant fucking stone hyena coming down from the top. Henry's hurt. Also, Rohan is hurt, but I think it's on purpose. It's heading for Luciana. Grasp has Astra and is weirdly interested in pain. I don't know. Have to unpack that later. But I guess just let me fill in as much as until it's the end of my time, I guess.
Yes. Can you roll a sharp for me, please?
Sure. That is not great, because I'm pretty sure I have a plus nothing.
Wait, hate to hear it.
Yeah, that's a 4. Level 4.
You are engrossed. You managed to get all of the information that you had intended on getting to Cherry. And you were getting responses rapidly in reply, but we will go back to Luciana. There's no roll needed. There's a giant statue coming towards you down the alley. That's probably the biggest noteworthy thing happening right now. Huge hyena statue.
Big boy. Oh my god. Let me have a look. I don't know if there's anything I can do to make them stop. Oh, not really. I do. Great. None of this is good. Yeah, no, I can't. I cannot think of anything I can do to make them stop. So I am going to, if I can, use one of my hex moves. I have burn everything, which is
Yes.
it's an area,
Mm-hmm.
I think. So I'd like to put it like in front of it, which is probably a little bit counterintuitive actually, because I don't want it to turn around and kill a whole load of other people, but I also don't want it coming towards me. So it doesn't specify that I have to use like ingredients or anything, but I
Mm-hmm.
keep a book of matches around, so
Yep.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna like strike a match and yeet that
yeah.
and magic fire.
You don't need to,
Hopefully,
but for flavor, it's very cool. So you do
yeah.
that. Yes, throwing this fire out. Uh, you see. Well, first roll use magic.
Okay, okay. That's not as good. That's a 3 and a 1 plus a 3, so that's a 6. No, that's a 7,
As a
which
seven,
is
so it's still a mixed success.
okay.
Good. But it does mean that it has a glitch with it. Um, which you can choose, in fact,
Oh,
with it.
good.
So you choose uh, a glitch, and I'll tell you how that affects the space.
Uh, where do I find glitches?
So it's under
Glitches.
use
Oh,
magic.
right. Yep.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out the page. I got it. Oh dear. Um, I love the whole it has a problematic side effect. That's not very specific. Probably go with it's not gonna last very long. That
Sure.
seems like a I don't know how long it was supposed to last anyway. But
Uh, yeah. So you cast it, and the creature seems to hesitate, but then will step through the fiery area and keep making its way. You do that's 3 harm, correct? For burn everything magic,
yes.
messy. Yes, it doesn't seem to have purchase on it as much as you would have liked, which kind of makes sense. This thing is made of stone. It does seem to do something. Like it does seem to harm it in some way, but not enough that it stops its progress, and not as much as you would have liked. As it tramples through, unfortunately, it seems to take that initial damage and it kind of tramples the fire out as it moves through. But it's not to where you are yet, and we'll go to Astra, who is engaged with Grasp currently.
I have a dumb idea, but maybe I don't know if I should do it yet.
Always do the dumb idea.
We love a dumb idea.
So
If you can save it for later if you'd like to, but
yeah,
love it.
maybe I'll just float the idea now, like, because I'm like in, well, melee with grasp, but I mean, technically, I can pick up a bus, a truck, or a wall
Yeah.
as part of mayhem. Could I pick up a 9-foot stone hyena? Maybe not.
I mean, okay. The 2 things. 1, yes, physically you can do that. The second thing is you're not sure of the extent of its sentience, but this is not just a big piece of stone, this is a moving creature that has agency of its own. So there will be equal risk to go with the attempt. But yes, Astra does have the physical capabilities to attempt to pick up a 9-foot stone hyena.
Okay. Okay. And when I attacked Grasp with my sword, like it did
Mhm.
still hurt him. Like
Yes, it still did very much seem to hurt him.
okay, all right.
It is buried in his shoulder still, though, and he is still holding onto the hilt of it. But you could try and pull it free, or you could let it go and do something else.
Is that Lucas purring?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Sorry.
No, no, no. I
That's
just
a hyena. It's like, warm after it stepped into the fire.
um. Okay, no, I know what I'm gonna do. The sword is still stuck in
Mhm.
Grasp's shoulder, and I'm gonna grip it and start trying to drag it through the
Yeah.
shoulder, like, and just keep
Yeah.
carving with it, and just like,
Roll kick some ass. You can
all right,
definitely try and do that.
all right. Okay, I rolled double ones, but I mean, it's like what 5 total, but I'm gonna use a luck point.
Ooh, a
Hey.
luck point.
He hurt Dr. Henry, and he sent me an emoji. Like, we're
Of a
best friends.
dancing lady.
Yeah,
One of the
that
best
me?
emojis.
Yeah.
Yes. You can see there's a moment of resistance where this is buried into the shoulder and you're pretty sure you've broken the collarbone, which is weird. Probably mainly to Henry, who is a doctor that Grasp is using their arm so freely when they have had their collarbone broken. But there is an initial, you go to push through further and it's just there's no momentum behind it because the swing has been swung and it is buried in. Dr. Henry sent you an emoji though, and just through sheer force of will, bringing the other hand down, you are able to force the sword further in. Do you have advanced kick some ass?
I do. I do.
What? This is acts as a critical success. So what is the additional effect that you would like to do?
Okay. All right. I I would like to inflict double the harm. So I think because it's a 4 harm sword. So I think like the luck point thing isn't something that they've consciously been choosing to like do. But I think in this instance, I think normally where parts of their skin have those kind of like fissures with colors that move, I think if you could see their face, they get a very intense facial expression and their eyes go completely black. And their whole skin, like that part of like the original, like the Sailor Moon transformation, where like it's like her whole skin, she's just like all glittery, like all like they go glittery and colorful, all of them. And they're just carving and carving and carving, like trying to like I don't know, like cut off this man's arm or something. I don't know. But they will just say to him, "You hurt my friends. Don't no, no, you're not going to do that anymore." And just pulling and pulling and pulling it. Ooh.
You can see as you, with the full force you can muster, which is a lot, let it be known, uh, draw this, what in any other given situation could be deemed as a comically large sword, is now, when it is cleaving a person in half, a very intimidating blade carves through the entirety of the rib cage before stopping at about the stomach level. You can see the hand, very unsettlingly, does not let go of the hilt of the sword, but the whole side that had been cleaved through peels away and falls off, with the hand still affixed to Astra. As it pulls away, it's like a geode opening. There's no blood, there are no organs. It is just a spectacular almost array of crystal work inside this man's torso. You can see he falters at having been dealt a lot of damage over the last couple of moments. With for the first time, not a sadistic grin or level of amusement, but almost a tone of reverence in their eyes as they're looking at Astra, as Astra's form changes, as they have pushed past their limits to do this. And he just whispers, it's coming soon, don't worry. And his form shatters.
Cool. Normal and cool.
Yeah.
Very normal and
mm.
cool. There is still a hyena making its way down the side alley, however. Henry seems to have regained some semblance of composure, and Rohan is moving. He has turned and is leveling his rifle now at the hyena that is making its way towards Luciana, who is, now that there's not the individual that was directing it, she's closest. And making it warm wasn't enough to stifle its wrath, unfortunately. And Rohan will fire another shot. This one, it does hit it in the shoulder. Again, being stonework. Doesn't seem like it is doing maybe as much damage as you would think a rifle shot would do. But it hesitates for a moment before pushing forward again. Henry will stand up and he will look at Luciana, kind of think for a second. He'll look at the hyena, look at Luciana as if he's remembering something, and just kind of go and kind of mouth sorry at Luciana. But he'll snap, and a small flock of ravens will be conjured seemingly in the space, almost like there's temporal shifts and they apparate. And about a dozen or so ravens fly towards this hyena. It is distracted. It doesn't seem like it's taking a lot of damage, but it is distracted in a sense that Luciana, you can move without imminent risk, as it is now kind of raging in the space, snapping at this flock of ravens.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna run away a little bit. Not entirely certain if it's more away from the birds or more away from the hyena. I'm gonna put my little wisp friend in front of me.
Just hold it up like a little barrier.
Be gone.
Did you want to direct it to do anything, or are you just having it in front of you?
I reckon can I set it like a few meters in front of me? If the hyena gets closer, it can can I hold its action?
Yeah, I can say that you can have like a triggering effect. So it'll hold its space, and then as the hyena moves forward, it will start flying through it and hopefully causing some kind of ice damage.
Yeah.
That'd be Harper.
Hello. Look at me, not in any immediate danger whatsoever.
No.
Having
Harper,
the best time.
You're having a really good time.
Yeah.
You're getting messages back. You and Cherry, hey, not the best subject matter, but you're talking. You're sending texts back and forth. You have open communication. What more could a relationship want to be healthy? And then you feel a tap on your shoulder. How does she react? She's engrossed in her phone.
I think she would just about turn around and open hand slap whatever is there.
You do that. Would you like to please roll kick some ass for me?
I think I got -1 tough. So that's a 3. Is this the episode where I just can't do anything?
Harper, you spin around. It's actually surprisingly quite an agile and almost elegant spin to pivot around. You've had your fair share of creepers and clubs and things like that. You know how to strike while the iron is hot when someone comes up and maybe tries to cop a feel. In this case, though, it is a probably 6'2" individual that is much larger than you, completely concealed within robes with a crystal half moon mask peering out the top of the hood, and they catch your wrist as
Slap
you
really
go to
went
slap
well.
them. Could you please roll act under pressure for me?
Okay, that's better. What is the modifier for act under pressure?
That would be cool.
Cool. I have +1. 8.
8.
No, sorry. 6 + 2 is 8, so that's 9.
9. So still mixed success. So this individual feels like they are about to drag you back towards the comedy club. You feel like, with how unfortunately weak that slap was, you could probably pull a fast one on them and pull your hand out of their hand. They're not grabbing you particularly strongly, and try and make a break for it. In doing so, it is most likely that your new phone will be the collateral. So you can resist and try and pull away and run,
But
but
that's the trade-off.
that is the trade-off, is the new phone. She
What
is
if
not.
I choose instead to use those lovely lungs of mine?
Yes, you can do that. You will be started to be dragged still, so
That's
it will not
fine.
prevent
That's fine.
it. Yes, that's
I don't think I have
absolutely
a
fine.
chance of getting out of this. So I think I might just go with the yelling. I think this was going to be my
Okay.
plan anyway. But you know, it's fine. Probably no one's here. Who knows? I am just going to scream bloody murder and say fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fire at the comedy club, fire. Yeah, just keep yelling
Fire
and
at the Comedy
screaming.
Club, Panic at the Disco, all
Yep.
of that good stuff. Yes. Yes, you start screaming. There is no need to roll for anything. Harper is very loud, and Harper's voice carries. Everyone behind the comedy club can hear Harper screaming fire. In reaction to Luciana conjuring fire in the side lane, you're not quite sure. Is it a reaction to something else? You don't know, but you do hear clear as day Harper screaming fire from roughly what would be the entrance of the club. You are screaming, Harper. Unfortunately, this is a road that you had seen was very lightly occupied with bystanders, so there doesn't seem to be a response from others in the area. But you're confident that at least your friends would have heard you screaming.
My movie plan was going to be cooler, but I had to go and get kidnapped instead.
I'm not
As-
sure what friend you mean. She ran away.
True.
I mean, maybe she's trying to be friends with Henry, because Henry did say run. Maybe she secretly deep down loves Heine.
Hey, you all get to miss out on the opportunity of me deciding to live stream. So you did miss out on an excellent opportunity. So
as Harper, you're screaming, you are dragged to the entrance of the comedy club, and this individual throws you inside and shuts the door behind you. We will come back to that. Out the back, there is Luciana is having a mini freak out, but holding it together. There are your friends. There are your work associates. There is the back entrance to the comedy club. There is a potential to try and get past this hyena. It is pretty much filling the space of the side alley. It is also covered in birds that are attacking it. They are kind of your options. You are surrounded. It's fenced in, this rear area, with kind of pretty tall fences that then are almost immediately back onto other buildings. So there's not really a viable way to get out other than kind of the listed options. You could try and kill the stone statue. That is also, I didn't say that, but that is another option.
Oh, ew. I really don't know. As far as weaponry goes, I have like a little knife and I have a crossbow. And I don't know if either of those things are going to do much against a big old statue, but I'm definitely not getting close enough to hit it with a knife. So I'm might just, but I might hit a bird if I shoot it. I don't know. We panicked birds and panicked me and. Ew. Yeah, look, we're gonna I'm gonna do that, I think. Um I'm gonna attempt to shoot it. There is some very loud traffic outside. Where is my thingy? It's not much. It's a plus, it's a 2. It says it's close.
So close is, think of handgun range. So you're like nearby, but you're not in melee.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, how close do I have
You
to
know
get to this
how, because what is it? It's
crossbow?
like 5 meters or something is like the optimum distance to fire a handgun. I don't know. It's like whatever that is, that's close. Like within that range. It's a ranged attack, is close.
I mean, that's definitely not true for a crossbow in real life, but we've got a 4 plus a 4 plus. Do I add anything for a weapon attack?
That would be kick small, so that would be tough.
I got a -1 for tough. So I've gone from having an 8 to a 7, which is
That is still a mixed success.
still a pass.
Yes. Anyone that has had failures, make sure you're marking them as well towards your level ups.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm on it.
Which doesn't count for luck points being used, which I know you know, but I will say just in case. You manage to thread the bolt through the flock of birds and directly hit the statue. How much harm does it do?
2.
It unfortunately bounces off and ricochets off the stone of this creature. It, plus side, doesn't seem to have drawn attention to you because it doesn't seem to have harmed it. But unfortunately doesn't do harm to it. It is still snapping wildly at the birds that are flocked around it.
Yep.
Astra, before you go on for your turn, you hear from within the comedy club a scream in a very familiar voice. Could you please sharp for me to see if you can determine who it is and what they're saying?
Okay. All right. Come on, Dices. Come on, besties. Let's go. That's a 6.
So, what you hear is a woman's voice. You definitely hear your name. It They are calling out to you. It sounds like, to you at least, the commotion that has been caused out there, there is someone that has recognized you and is screaming for your help inside the building. They sound incredibly distressed, but you can't quite figure out who it is or anything else that they are saying. But you distinctly hear your name being called out. And a lot of screaming.
I hope I don't regret this. I think considering how few people Astra is actually close to, I think I think even if it's a trap, I think they're gonna take the bait. Because they heard Harper screaming. And if they can't tell, like, I think, yeah, their name specifically, I think. I think, like, yeah, just look up at the hyena, and I think they're gonna make their way over to the door to the back. If they can open it, they will. But they're gonna yell to Henry and Luciana and Rohan. I are they gonna say like, I think there's someone inside. If you need me, yell. And if the door's open, they'll open it. But
They can. So you rush forward, hearing this woman screaming inside, and you pull the door open. You hear behind you Henry yelling out to you, trying to get you to stop. But as you reach the door and pull the door open, everyone in the space at the back of the comedy club is just accosted by just a cacophony of screaming as this door is flung open. Astra, you see it is pitch black inside, very much unnaturally so. And as you kind of lean forward, as you are hearing, still amongst all of these screams, a voice screaming, Astra, help me, you feel just cold tendrils almost envelop around your limbs, around your waist, and you get pulled into the comedy club.
oh,
And Luciana and everyone at the back sees this happening. And the door is open now, and there are horrific vibes come. You see Astra disappear in. You cannot see Astra. You notice the unnatural nature of the darkness. And there's still a hyena in the alleyway as well, just in case anyone had forgotten about that. We'll go to Rohan and Henry. Just Luciana will see that from the way they're reacting, this is the one thing they didn't want to happen, was for Astra to go into the comedy club. And they are moving quickly. You can see that they're discussing each other. Rohan has pulled their phone out and is half messaging someone, and then just goes fuck it and picks it up and is obviously on the phone to someone. Henry is trying to write himself, and they are making their way to the back of the club, seemingly not ignoring you because they don't care about you, ignoring you because that was the one thing they didn't want to happen. And it seems to have a lot of relevance that it's bad that Astra has been pulled into this club. They both have stopped just like a close distance. There are still plenty of birds around. This hyena does seem like it is relatively distracted. If you don't go within its immediate proximity, it's probably not going to try and attack you anytime soon. But they are making plans. They look like they are going to be moving into the space themselves.
I have a question about
Yes.
something that I wrote down the other
Yes.
episode.
Yes.
I wrote down that Sigil had given me paper to, like, with the rune on it to
Yes.
cast the blind sight or whatever it's not called.
Yes.
Did he just give me enough paper to cast it that one time, or do I have like a spare? Because I know you said multiple papers, but I cast it
yes.
on me and Astra.
So he at the time had given you just enough for them. However, it was told to you an open invitation if there is anything that you needed. You had mentioned to like you wanted to prepare, so I will say that Luciana would have had foresight to have probably prepared, asked Sigil to prepare some for her. Either that came with Rohan, and Rohan would have given them to you at the Waffle House, or she would have gotten them organized before leaving when she got the keys. So I would say that you have enough to cast it on. I would say that you have enough to cast it definitely on yourself, and you have another one that you could attempt to cast it on up to 2 people. But yes, you can roll weird if you would like to try and use one.
I would like to try and use one. Okay. 3, 2, 3. So
8.
I partially not
Yes.
blind?
Yes. So you can see it works. What does happen as well, because you're standing outside and there are light sources, it is dark still, like it's evening time, but there's street lamps and things. You definitely have the ability to see in darkness. anywhere that there's light in your vision, it is like piercingly bright. So that is kind of the trade-off. It works, but this is gonna suck if you get into a brightly lit space, which doesn't look like it's gonna happen if you're going into the club. But standing out here, any light sources are painful to look at.
Yeah, I'm not going to put myself in the club immediately because everyone seems real pissed about that. But I'm definitely making my way to the door.
Yes. As you look in now with this enhanced arcane sight to be able to peer into darkness, you look into the space and it is still extremely dark. What you do see, with the ability to kind of perceive different shades of grays within the darkness, is writhing masses of what look like could be people, could be tendrils, could be tentacles. There is a mash of agonized faces kind of in the mist. This is moving. It's like watching bubbling oil where there's just masses of shapes rolling over each other. It's not great to look at, honestly. But Astra just got dragged in there, and you don't know where Harper is. So last you heard of her was screaming out the front of the club.
Oh yeah. I can't go out there now because that's where the streetlights are. Regret. Look, I'm just gonna stay about where I think will be just out of the range of the tentacles or the graspy hands based on when I saw them grab Astra.
Mhm.
But I'm going to like wildly, what are we doing at the man on the phone? Uh, I don't want to stay outside. If you make me stay much longer, I'm just gonna go in. So like, what's the fucking plan?
Yeah, you see, like, as you've gone through the process of casting the spell on yourself and uh having the time to try and analyze and assess yourself. By this point, where you're walking up to the door and giving a look at Rohan, he's hanging the phone up. And Henry will actually turn to you and say, doesn't look like you have much of an option going out there. And he'll point to the massive flailing stone statue that is blocking the way to the front of the club. I'm not going to lie, this is not going to be fun. Not that you expected that, but this is going to be particularly not fun.
I spent about a decent amount of time yesterday giving lectures about how we don't abandon our friends. So, fun or not, inside.
Right, you are. And Rohan is going to turn to you. His arms had kind of stopped bleeding, but he'll raise a hand and trace a rune in the air in front of him, and you can see the arm that he is doing that with reopens and blood starts pouring out. And again, it kind of collects in the space. Um, and there's almost a tether that appears from the center of where he was casting that, attaching yourself, Henry, and Rohan, linking you guys in some way. You don't fully understand, but going into this writhing, inky darkness, probably not a bad thing to be tethered together in some kind of way. And they are ready when you are to step into the space.
Um, if I'm allowed to do another thing before we go inside,
Mhm.
are either of them looking like very damaged? Given that like Henry was on the floor earlier
So,
and we don't really know what was going on there because I do have a healing
yeah,
magic.
Henry surprisingly doesn't look like he necessarily took harm. It seemed to be almost psychological or like mental, like psychic
Yeah.
damage, kind of equivalent, like incapacitated,
Okay.
versus his physical body being harmed. He doesn't look great. I mean, his complexion has always been quite pale, but he looks particularly kind of sullen in his complexion. Rohan does look like they have taken some damage, some of it self inflicted for the sake of their magic, some of it like they copped a blow. So if you wanted to try and do some healing, you could do so.
I will give that a go. Big fan of the fact that it says on a 7 to 9 it'll leave a scar, which I'm sure he'll be really happy with me about because I've not been rolling full successes. That's a 6 and a 1 and a 3. Oh, which means he doesn't get scarred.
So you
Aw.
don't worry, it still hurts if that makes you feel better.
It does
You've
say it's exceptionally painful.
yes. I am familiar, very familiar with this healing spell, but hey, as you reach out, almost in response to this tethering happening of just like, okay, yeah, you're putting something in place to like kind of look out for our well-being. I can
Hopefully.
reciprocate that, hopefully. And you reach out and touch his arm, which is still outstretched, having just cast the spell. And you see rapidly the wounds on his both arms close up. They do leave scars, but it looks like they are kind of intentional scars almost, circling around his arms. And you get a look at the first of like, what are you doing? Followed by a shock and just, fuck! Okay. And you can see he's pissed, but he does acknowledge that you've just healed him. Like he looks like he feels better, but he's not going to say thank you because it really fucking hurt. But he won't give any lip over how much it hurt, which is probably something by his standards, whether it is received in that way or not. Henry will just having watched both of you other times, like, all right, are we good to go? He's like, yeah, fine to go.
Yeah. I feel like that was important.
It was great. This is him being thankful, if that means anything. And with that, Henry will kind of nudge Rohan in the back, which looks like a pretty mild nudge, but Rohan does stumble pretty heavily. It obviously packed more weight behind the nudge than it looked like. And he'll step through first. Henry will offer for you to go in the middle, and then he'll bring up the rear rather than having you go last. If you would like, if you want to go last, he's not going to force you into the middle.
Nope, don't want to go last.
Yeah. Right. As we all are now within the comedy club, we are going to go to Harper, who was first in the comedy club. Harper, you have just been thrown through the front door and you see it slam behind you. As you kind of stop and take in your surroundings, it is pitch black. You don't know what's going on. You don't know who the fuck that was. It kind of like the appearance matches some descriptions that you've gotten, but they didn't say anything. They didn't really do anything except for grab you and throw you in here. Are you still screaming fire, or have you stopped once you're in the club?
Yeah, no, I think the scream literally just didn't do anything. So I don't think she's got to change up her approach, I guess.
It did get the attention of certain parties, just no one within proximity, unfortunately.
Yeah, no one who actually was helpful.
No, sadly.
Instead, just making sure that everyone knows that she's definitely there. I don't know. I don't know that she's smart enough to really assess the situation much. I think she'd just do one of a very stereotypical horror movie moment and just say, hello?
Yeah, you call out into this dark space. It's weird because it's almost like there's sound dampening. Your voice doesn't echo, it doesn't carry. It's an unfurnished room with nothing on the walls. It's all like woodwork. So for all intents and purposes, there should be some kind of echo, but there's just not. There is no response though.
Do I have my phone and does it work?
You do have your phone. There are currently no new notifications. It does seem to be working.
It's not working. I have no notifications. I would like to try what I was going to try outside
Mhm.
because I think it might be interesting.
Sure.
I am going to try and go live on Crystalgram. At the moment, I'm probably just making it basically one of those fucking awful, like, horror stories where everyone's like,
Yeah.
there was this one random live stream where nothing happened. The logic is, though,
Yes.
is that Cherry likely will have notifications and there will be proof of whatever the fuck she runs into on this account.
Yes. You go live. And this is something that you've done plenty of times. You know your shit around Crystalgram. You go live. You know that people are going to be rolling into chat any second, and like you thought, there will be at least a record of something. Um, you start going on your tangent of however you're narrating the situation that you have been forced into. And after a couple of moments, you realize that there is no one that has come and joined into the live stream. And double checking, you're definitely live. You have full bar signal. You double check, you do the like, okay, I'll stop the live stream, restart again, because sometimes like maybe they just had a patch, maybe it's bugged because like they're so incompetent with their live stream servicing. Um, Same thing happens again. No one joins, there is no chat, there are no new notifications coming in.
I think even though she can see that, she would keep narrating,
Mhm.
but instead would be like, this is fucking weird. Because, like, I at least have like 5 people when I start a stream that are just ready to go at any one moment. So this is odd. So yeah, I think she would just continue to narrate, but I think she would just kind of, I guess, try to like maybe suss out a wall or something.
Yeah, moving through the space, there is plenty of doorways. There's even the windows that are facing outside. You peer through the windows and you just see an empty street. There's not the figure that was there before. There is not even, you don't even see stray cats or anything. You also don't notice any noise coming from outside. You're not sure if that's something to do with the weird sound dampening effect you seem to be experiencing, or if there's something else at play here. Any door that you try is unlocked. You can go any way that you want within this space.
I don't think it would last very long, and she would be very not interested in whatever the fuck is happening in here.
Mhm.
Move on to the next room, maybe. I
Yeah.
reckon, yeah. Try and find something that's relatively close to where she started. So, like, trying
Mhm.
to be near the front of the club.
Yeah. Yes. You go to the first door on, we'll say the right is closest as you're like facing into the room. You open it, the door handle turns easily, and you open it. You step through and look up, and you are back on the strip out in front of the Waffle House. And you look behind you, there is no door. You are just standing in front of the Waffle House. There are people going everywhere. No one seems to really be paying attention to you. They're just in their own day. It is about midday, it seems. It is bustling. There are people everywhere.
I guess I'll fly and trag. Let's see if I can try this again. Try and flag someone down. That is what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
Not fly and trag. What am I on about?
You call out to someone that is walking past, and there's no acknowledgement. You call out, you wave. It's like you did nothing at all. They're not preoccupied with anything, it doesn't seem. They don't flinch, they just keep going on their day.
I would like to find a small something and throw it at the back of someone's head if they don't respond.
Yes. Yeah, so you try the next person. You're walking around, it's easy enough to find just like a rock. Someone is walking towards you. You try and flag them down again. Same thing happens. They don't acknowledge. They don't look. You can roll kick some ass if you'd like to try and throw this rock at them as they walk past you. They've swiftly
Sure.
walked past you.
Pretty sure it's -1. It's because it's tough, isn't it?
My first question actually be, so this is a fairly close person and a rock. How many rocks has Harper thrown? Or how many things has Harper thrown? How competent do you think Harper would be at just throwing something at a fairly close target? Because if you think Harper would be like fine with just tossing, is Harper the kind of person that would just like toss their socks into the laundry or something?
No.
No, then yeah, the roll's kind of necessary, unfortunately.
Absolutely not. I would love to be like, yeah, of course, right? No. That's a 6. So I rolled 7, but I have -1.
Yeah, so you throw it, but you're kind of so pissed off that you just, it's like you've put too much force into it almost, and the trajectory is just kind of like straight down at the ground and just kind of clatters away. No response. Like no one walking by seems to notice it. No one is looking at you. No one cares what's happening in your general vicinity.
I will then try to get in people's faces
Sure.
and like shake them or something.
Sure. So you walk towards the Waffle House because that is where there's the highest density of people, and it's also a familiar place. Someone is walking kind of towards you as they're walking towards the Waffle House, and you kind of cut them off and try and get in their face, try and kind of push into them, talk at them, demand their attention. You can see there's just zero reaction, and you can see you get frustrated, you push again, and they smile and they say, "Ugh, sorry about that." And you have a moment of just like, finally, and you hear behind you, "Oh, no, don't worry about it. I wasn't waiting that long." And they just pick up a conversation with whoever they were meeting, start talking about nice, like, yeah, traffic, I work, right? Having to stay back late. And they almost slip past you and move and just continue this conversation as they sit down with this person. No acknowledgement from either party or any bystanders.
Has she gotten the point yet? Probably not. I think at this point she'll pull out her phone again and go to her message log with Cherry.
Yep.
And just start monologuing.
Sure. You go into your messenger and you have no contact.
Sick.
You do have the internet if you would like to try and find contacts on Owlet, but you currently have no favorites.
Yeah, let's do it. No heartbreaking stuff here, I bet.
Yeah. So you're trying to find Cherry. You're trying to find one of your associates.
Yeah, I will probably
know,
look for
friend.
Cherry first. I would imagine.
Yes, you ought to find that it's the same user information. It's just you're not friends with them on Owlet, and so you don't have them saved as a contact. But you find them, you look them up as to who you know them as, and you find them. What do you say?
Oh fuck, I don't actually know what I want to say first. I think it would be just pretending like it's starting a conversation, something along the lines of like, Cherry, you always seem to know what's going on. What's going on? I don't know where I am, except that I'm outside the pancake house and no one seems to see me.
Yeah, so you are messaging your thoughts, kind of that mild freak out happening, understandably. It's very weird. You see the message is seen, and then a moment passes, and there's the little ellipses of typing, and then it stops, and then typing again. And after a couple of moments, you just get a message. Sorry, who is this?
I think she just sent a message back like, don't mess with me. This is not the time to kid. You've tried jokes before, and they don't sometimes land.
Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure what's going on. But like, is there something I can help you with or something?
You can help me by, I don't know, remembering that I exist?
There's a moment that passes, and again, they're like typing, stopping, typing, stopping. It's like, yeah, I'm really sorry. I don't know if you're drunk or something. I'm not sure who this is, but I gotta go to work, so I'm really sorry. I hope you find the person that you're trying to get in contact with.
For starters, of being incredibly polite to someone who they don't know on a message system. But I think she would just be annoying. I think she is annoying. That's the important thing that we take away from this situation. You know everything. You have to know who I am. You know people before I know them. You know people before you know them.
You get another pause, and then just look. This is starting to freak me out. I don't know what you're trying to achieve, but I'm just gonna block you. Look, go talk to a friend or something. I'm really sorry. I got stuff to do. And if you try and send another message, you've been blocked.
I think she would move on. She would try to remember any of the other people that she knows in her life. But I don't think that she's ever known anyone long enough to know their last name. So she can't find anyone. She'll look up. I reckon she would go with Luciana first. A lot of stress trying to get Luciana and not Lucy. She doesn't remember her last name, but she tries to look for someone who is employed at Phantasmagoria.
You might be freaking out. You might have just been blocked by Cherry, but you have not lost your internet stalking skills, and you are able to go and stalk Phantasmagoria's instas and do some reverse image searching and some sleuthing and some following of tags and things, and you are able to find Luciana's outlet contact.
Luciana, I know that you don't like me very much, but I did think that, we were at least friends enough that you'd maybe see where I was gone or something. Like, do you want to know where I am? No contact. What's going on? What was this about not leaving anyone behind? I didn't leave you behind.
You see a check mark pop up for the message being read, and then you check again and you've been blocked.
Fuck you, salty bitch. I think then she'll move on to Astra. And just, you are literally a ray of sunshine. I really thought that you would be here to check on me or something. Please tell me you at least have your phone. You didn't leave your phone at home, did you?
You get no response.
I think.
And
oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Oh, does it look like if you go for a walk, is there anything really going on around here?
It's a busy street. It's an eatery district. So there's heaps of people coming and going. There's lots of hustle and bustle. There's not really anything notable like street activities. It's kind of like you're just like watching a cycle of people coming and going from restaurants.
I think for like a while, she would just keep walking until she finds anything remotely familiar. Not even doesn't have to be actually be remotely familiar. Just more so that she has some idea of like, wow, I've been going and walking for a long time.
Mhm.
Um, and if nothing's changed, which I'm guessing it hasn't, I think she'd pull up Cherry's messages again, even though it's blocked.
Mhm.
You can still send messages to people when they're blocked. It's just they won't go through. I think she'd just start messaging
Mhm.
and just be like, I don't know what happened, but now I'm completely alone. I have no skills to get me out of this. I'm involved way over my head. The only reason that I got involved in any of this was because I at least knew that I had you, and I don't even have you anymore. I don't even have the people that came in here with me, Lucy and Astra. Henry's probably fucking dead. I think maybe Rohan's dead. He probably wishes I was. So maybe he's happy right now. I don't know. But
As you are rambling
Hmm?
these messages into the void, as there is no send, no check mark, no being seen, you hear a voice behind you. And it is very familiar. The usual kind of chipper tone that you are familiar with now of Cherry.
What did they say?
At first, they just clear their throat and we'll just say Harper to get your attention.
Yeah, she'll turn. I guess a little bit suspicious probably at this point.
And they will say, why would I be with you? Like what do you bring? Like what are you giving? You don't treat me well. You just talk at me. Like why should I be with you?
I mean, that's not fair.
Isn't it?
No, it's not fair at all. We're together, we're a team.
Okay. Well, what are you giving to the team?
I don't know, I like.
You've just said that you don't have any skills. No one's with you. Everyone's abandoned you. So what have you got to give? You found me on social media. Is that something I'm supposed to applaud?
Well, I love you. And
Wow.
I think that I bring a lot. I think I bring nothing. I don't really bring anything, do I?
Barry will kind of smile uh, when you say that and reach forward and just cup your cheek. Now do you understand? You have to bring something and you just don't. I always had your back and now I guess no one's gonna, I guess.
No one's coming, are they?
No. And I think we both know that I can tell.
I trust you to always tell me the truth.
Hey, I haven't lied to you yet. On that note, though, it's been something. I mean, hey, it's been entertaining, if nothing else, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna go. So have fun with all your friends. And they'll just turn and start walking away.
You deliver a speech like that and you just walk away?
They will just wave behind them and they will keep walking.
I don't think you remember who you're talking to here. I could literally talk the ear off of a tree. Trees don't have ears, but I could manage it. I think, like, she'll try and follow after, to try and follow with wherever Cherry is going.
Yeah. Yeah, they do keep walking. Harper continues walking with them.
Yep, I am ranting as much as is humanly possible. Because it is the only person that is even acknowledging her presence in this moment.
Mhm.
And it is the only thing from driving her off the wall. Just completely off the wall. Not up the wall, off the wall.
Yeah, you keep walking, you keep rambling, and you have a moment. You can see that you think you're chipping away at them. It's gone from being a disembodied voice or a disembodied text of someone that doesn't know who you are to, hey, they were here when you started having a full mental breakdown, so they exist, to, don't you walk away from me. And now you seem to be getting through to them, or at least annoying them, as they're walking. As you keep going, could you roll charm for me?
That's only 5 on the dice, but that is +3, so that is 8. Yeah.
You round a corner with Cherry and they stop. And you look around and you have no idea where the fuck you are. You've just been walking. This is like the edge of a forest or something. You weren't close enough to a forest to be at the edge of a forest, but you seem like you were at the edge of a forest. And Cherry stops and heavily sighs and turns back to you. Except it's not Cherry that turns around. You are looking at yourself.
Okay. But in Cherry's clothes, or is it like a full transition
No,
as I
as
turn
soon
around?
as they turn around, it's like a magic trick where it's like turned and is a perfect replica of yourself.
Oh, no, 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 no. This isn't some like weird self-talk shit.
Who the fuck are
Who
you?
the fuck are you?
Bitch, if you don't know who I am, I'm not telling you.
Then I'm not telling you, bitch.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Do you want something? Why are you trying to talk to me?
The fuck are you running around with that outfit anyway? I clearly pull it off better.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but if you think whatever you're doing here is better than this, you might want to go get your eyes checked.
I don't know why you're here and what kind of layer of hell you walked out of to torture me, but you better start explaining why the fuck you're here near a forest in my outfit wearing my face.
We're not in a forest. Wow, you actually probably should go and get your eyes checked. I was kind of being facetious, but bestie, you've got like something going on. And you look around and you are not in a forest.
Oh, where am I?
You're in Phantasmagoria.
Ugh.
I'm just trying to have a good night out, and you're ruining it. And it's pretty hard to bring my vibe down, but you're succeeding, so I guess you're good at something.
Honey, I can make your life a living hell.
Try me.
Why are you here?
Because I'm a regular here, and they love me here. Why are you here?
Please.
I've never
Both
seen
of us
before.
know they don't love us here. We just pay them a lot of money for drinks.
Hey. Is that what you need to do to be tolerated?
I think you know that's the case.
Okay, then why don't we both go to the bar and see who they serve first?
Fine.
All right. You go to the bar with other Harper, and she will lean onto the bar and kind of at Tidris, who is behind the bar.
Desi, not my boy.
And he'll turn with a massive smile and say, "Hey, Harper, welcome back. You're in pretty early. You got something planned?" And other Harper will just say, "No, I just knew that you'd want to see me, so I found time to come in a little bit earlier." And he's like, "Yeah, it's always a pleasure having you in. Usual?" And he will start mixing what is your usual drink and slide it to Harper.
I will attempt to grab the drink from her by linking my arm in hers and using my other one to grab the drink.
Sure.
I don't know that I can do this because I'm Harper and not anyone cool, but
So I will get you to roll act under pressure for me.
what is that again? Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. Pretty sure I have +1 cool. So that's a 5.
Yeah. You go to do this, and Desi intervenes and will respectfully grab your wrist. Say, "Oh, hey, I don't recognize you, but please, if you could not touch other patrons, that'd be great."
I literally look identical to her.
Yeah, I can understand you wanting to look like her. Sorry, who are you? I have never seen you in here before.
The fuck is your problem? You're usually the nice one. Is there a mirror behind the bar? Is there how some bars will have
there
mirror
would be
tiles?
behind the bottles. Yeah, behind the bottles there is.
I'm gonna try and suss myself out.
Sure. You look in the mirror and you just look like you, exactly how you remember styling your hair and makeup. You do see in the reflection, though, that other Harper does not look like Harper in the reflection, and it is your shell, in the sense of the hair and the clothes, but it is a black crystal skull and a skeleton. You can see the vertebra poking out from under the skull, and the same, you can't see their face, but you can see the same with deciduous with their reflection. Anywhere that it should be skin and flesh, it is crystalline bone.
The temptation to just try and poke her eyes out, really there. But I won't because Harper's not very good at that as a skill. So therefore, I don't want to try it because it will potentially go badly. How am I going to do this, though? That is a very good question. I think... So, in the mirror, am I able to see anyone else in the room?
Yeah, there are a few patrons. Some you recognize, some you don't. Any of them that you can angle to see the reflection, it is all the same.
Okay. No one seems to be more important. There's no aura or anything that you can see there or anything like that.
No, There's not, but in terms of important people in the room, there is Cephas in the corner. You can't see her reflection from the angle that you're standing at, though. She seems to be kind of watching the scene unfolding. She's not intervening, but she's sitting up in her usual spot in the top back corner.
Then I would like to potentially is the equivalent of an insight check, I guess, because I'm an empath. Maybe try and read her emotions from here.
You may roll empathy.
Roll empathy. 0. Oh my god! I've had weeks of going really well.
Our leveling baby.
I can't even do maths. Weird,
What'd
isn't
you
it?
roll?
I rolled a 3, and I'm pretty sure that it's +2 because it's weird.
Yes.
So
That would be
3
You
+2, so 5.
are.
You know
have
what?
whiskey
Wait, hang on before you say what it is, because I don't want to hear until I say this, just because I think that's how it works. I'm going to use my last will o' the wisp charge to make that a 7.
Beautiful. That's probably a good idea. So as you do that, there is it fades, the final mark flickers on the back of your hand and kind of burns away. 2 things happen. 1, you get looking at Cephas, and you also get a sense of it around you from any nearby bystanders is complete and utter apathy. No one really knows who you are. No one particularly cares for your presence there. It is as if you left the room, it would make no impact, and it makes no impact you being in the room.
So the only 2 that seem to be noticing me is Desi and Harper, or Auntie Harper.
Yes. So Cephas is looking in your direction, but Cephas seems to be praising a disturbance towards a regular versus specifically looking at you and caring about what's going on with you. Desi doesn't know who you are and seems their sole purpose was keeping you away from who he deems as Harper, a regular, and a treated well regular at the bar.
I guess as a character, what kind of read do I get on this situation? I can see that obviously, like, so am I assuming that Harper is the center of attention in this? The other Harper, obviously.
So, would you like to roll read a bad situation?
Oh, what is that?
It's probably helpful here. That's a sharp roll.
Oh, I have +0
Yeah,
for
not
those
how
ones.
strong
Oh,
it is,
but I got
but-
it. Oh, I got a 6, but there's +0.
Yeah, man. It's
Jesus
fucked up that no one's paying
Christ.
attention to you.
Well, when all else fails, you're backed up against a wall, no one will pay any attention to you. The only way to get someone to pay attention to you is to make more noise. So, I've decided instead that I may actually go for the eye gouging thing, except I'm going to go first for the hair pulling thing. I am going to pull fake Harper's hair to make a fuss that literally no one can ignore me.
Okay. I'm not going to make you roll for it because I feel like Harper, this is something that Harper would have had experience in, is pulling someone's hair. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that would be at least in her wheelhouse
I don't
somewhere.
trust my rolls. I feel like if she's gonna have any kind of physical prowess, it's in grabbing a long ponytail. Like,
Yeah. So you do. You reach up and you grab her. Other Harper is also not paying attention to you, so they don't try and stop you from doing this. More to the point as well. You grab a massive handful of hair and just yank. And you get a very appropriate ow! Ow! Stop! What the fuck are you doing? From her. And very swiftly, Desi, who was behind the bar, is next to you, and Cephas is there as well. Cephas is speaking with Harper, checking in on if Harper is okay. And Desi has you by the shoulders and is dragging you to the door.
Damn, how dare they push me out of here? Can you literally not see that she is me? The same person?
Hey, I've whatever your situation is that you got going on, I'm really sorry, but I'm trying to work and people are just trying to drink. I hope you get the help that you need, but you can't do it here. And he will hit unceremoniously out the door. And the door shuts behind you, and you are back in the room that you started in the comedy club. It is cold, noticeably, and it is silent, and you are the only one there. And can you please roll to act under pressure?
It's cool, isn't it?
It is cool.
My god, my rolls. I checked it up even though I know that's a 6.
Yeah, you have never felt more alone in your life. You have this growing, mounting dread that is pressing down on you of everything. For the most part, everything that was happening, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but this is fucked up. Some kind of magic. But as you sit alone in this dark room by yourself, everything is settling in that maybe this isn't magic. Maybe everyone that you knew actually doesn't care about you and they've actually turned around to you and decided that they're going to tell you how much they don't care about you. Maybe Cherry never loved you. Maybe they were the ones stringing you along. Maybe you were a bad person. You don't know. But all you know right here, right now in this room is that no one is coming for you. No one is sending out a search party. You are alone. And maybe that's how it's going to be forever. And that's why we're going to have a break tonight.
What a way to break.
Breaks my little heart, but hey, it has to happen. I'm sorry. On our break, what would you do if you saw someone wearing your face? How would you react? That's what I want to know. I feel
Call them
like,
bitch 5 times. That's
yeah, and then if they don't, if they call you bitch back, call them bitch again
Yeah.
until they get the picture.
It's a bitch loop, right?
It is a bitch loop. But we will be back after a short break. To do something. We'll see if that was just me. Don't worry about it. We'll see if Harper gets out of this room. But we'll actually probably be coming back not to Harper initially. So let's mull on that one. And we'll see you after the break.
Bye. Probably.
And welcome back, everyone. We return to not Harper in a room alone, but to Astra alone in a room. Astra, you have just been pulled in to the comedy club in a cacophony of screaming and terrible sounds with one voice screaming, Astra, help me, louder than all the others. You are tossed and turned and bumped around as you are dragged through what feels like room after room before you stop. And as you look around the space, it's dark but not pitch black. Just seems like any old regular wooden floored plain painted walled room. You don't recognize it, but it doesn't seem weird per se. It seems like it could be a room in any given building that you could walk into.
Cool. So I'm not being held by any tendrils anymore.
No tendrils. It's actually very silent where you are.
Okay. I think the first thing they would do. Do I still have my sword?
Yes. So you were
Okay.
holding that. That seemed to be surprisingly untouched on the journey, in the sense of you were grabbed. It didn't seem that anything was near grabbing like your wrist or hand that was grasping the sword. It was grabbing everywhere else on your body, but there seemed to have been a wider version to the sword.
Huh. Okay. File that away for later. But he's such a good boy. Uh, um. But now, just in case, yeah, I'll swish it and turn it back into the bag just to.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then oh, Harper, and then I mean, I probably don't get a response. I imagine.
No response.
Okay. All right. Um. um. Can I? I mean, I imagine. Oh, I don't know. I want to do it, so I'll just say it, and you can tell me whether or not
Mhm.
it makes sense. I want to break a wall.
Yeah.
Because I think I don't know. That's what's in my brain. So I want to break a wall.
You can do that. Which wall? Anyone in particular, or you just running at the closest one? There are
Yeah.
doors in the walls, to be clear. I'm sorry, I didn't really highlight that, but you can just break through a wall if you wish as well.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if I'm like meta knowledge, like, oh, I don't want to use a door because bad things will happen. But I don't know if they will think, oh, breaking down a wall will get me to help people faster. So
I mean, if you feel like they would break through a wall, you absolutely can break through a wall. It was just I didn't want to not
yeah.
give the option of a door. But if they're just like, hey, door could be locked, I gotta get through, then that makes sense. I had a friend that kicked a door off its hinges, and their reason for doing so was they were in a hurry. So it's not weird to me that Astra would break through a wall.
Yeah, I think just like closest one. I think that for a split second they might feel a bit bad, like, oh, they're doing renovations, but then go, they're doing renovations. What's one more like hole in a wall or whatever gonna
Yeah,
hurt?
I would say roll tough or cool for different results, very slightly, but you can choose.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go cool because my modifier is actually the same. So they boosted that bad boy up because I'm the coolest hip person. I'm gonna stop. I'm a boomer. All right. Okay. 13.
13. Cleanly executed. You point at your eyes and then point at the wall, and you are going. And you are moving with haste, and you cleanly break through. This may as well just be like a sheet of plasterboard with the impact that you have made on what you can feel is a very solid wall, but it doesn't hurt breaking through it. As the wall splinters and shatters around you, you are able to stop cleanly as soon as you're on the other side of the wall, and kind of dust yourself off, and you got a new space. Looking around, there is still the wall behind you. There's still dust all over you and rubble. Looking around in this space now, you can hear almost chiming sound, for lack of a better way, like marbles clicking together, but a little bit more melodic versus being just like the dull clack of like marbles hitting them each other.
Huh.
And you can hear crying softly in a corner as well.
Do I maybe before I do anything else, I'd like to like focus for a second and try and sort of reach out and use sensitive to see if I see anything. I know it's very dark, but
Yes, you absolutely can.
um,
So roll weird for sensitive.
okay, I will do that. Oh, 7.
7.
7. Yeah.
So you are able to hear this chiming and clicking sound, and you realize it's far enough away that it's not like super super loud, but then you're trying to think of what it kind of reminds you of, and you remember your nana has like a little egg timer with the sand in it, that when she boils her eggs, and just out of interest one time you'd held it up to your ear, and it's a similar vibe of like the trailing through and then hitting something else. Like there's a big egg timer in here. Is it an egg timer? Probably not, unless someone's cooking eggs. Which, would they be doing that in a comedy club? It's kind of funny, so actually maybe, but you're not sold on that someone's cooking eggs. But it gives you that vague impression of an approaching timing of something. It just gives you that vibe.
Okay.
Like you might be on some kind of timeline in this space.
Okay. Do I see anything in the direction of the crying?
So it is around a corner, but
Okay.
you can see this room, unlike the other, is furnished.
Okay.
And it is like quite bland furnishing, kind of similar to what you've seen in the hospital.
Okay. I think again I'll just Harper and then look around the corner.
There's no response from Harper, but you do hear a voice call back, Astra?
Hello?
And you just hear the crying resume, and like with sobs of Astra's name, like in between the sounds of crying.
Do I recognize the voice at all?
It
Or is
is
it
very familiar, but as the previous sharp roll, you can't exactly, outside of being a woman's voice, maybe because they're so distressed, it doesn't ring immediately as to who it is, but it's very familiar, and there's not a lot of women in Astra's life that you would expect would be coming to Astra for help potentially, or would be calling out their name in a way that they thought that there was a potential that Astra would like come to their aid.
Okay.
It's not, I will say it's not an elderly voice.
Okay. I think they'll try and get closer to where they can hear the crying. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it worries them. They're a big softy.
Yes. So you round the corner and it is indeed a hospital room. In one corner there is a very large hourglass filled with a very familiar crystal. But much finer in size and shape than the ones you usually would produce, as if they have been cut and refined a little bit, and they are at a slow and consistent rate pouring through the hourglass into the bottom chamber. In laying in the hospital bed is Sabrina. And she looks how you had seen her on the night that she'd come to Phantasmagoria, where her hands and her throat, the starting signs that you'd had that she was getting the illness, um, is heavily onset this time. It's like as if Luciana hadn't been there to intervene and stop it, and it has reached late stages.
Oh shit. Okay. If I if I briefly just turn and look over my shoulder,
Mm.
does it look like where I came from? Or does it
Yeah,
look like
yeah,
yeah,
it
okay.
does. So it's like you've walked through that space and come, and you are now in a hospital room. It's like this. For some reason, it's weird, but in the renovations, they'd put a medical facility that looks very similar to the hospital that Sabrina had been admitted to is in this space.
I mean, probably Astra's like, well, if people get sick at a comedy show, it makes sense. Got a tummy ache, gotta have the right equipment. Okay. So Sabrina, what happened? Why are you here? Are you
Uh,
alright?
she will obviously not be alright. Shaking her head as Astra is talking to her. She will, amongst her crying, just look up and just say, "Why are you doing this?"
Doing what?
And she'll gesture to her to kind of lift. She can't really move her hands, but kind of pick up, and you can see the veins dilated around her eyes, and where like part of the medical gown is pulled aside around the heart as well.
No, no, it's not me. There are bad people. There's they're they're doing bad stuff with I'm not I can fix it. I can fix it.
She'll, are you saying that you can fix it? She'll start nodding, and she'll kind of beckon for you to come closer.
I mean, they will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you get closer, you can see like all like around her mouth. She just looks gaunt. She looks awful. Very clearly is Sabrina from what you can tell. But as if she was rapid onset, what you knew would have happened to her if Luciana hadn't stopped it. And she'll just say, "Will you help me? Will you stop it? It hurts so much."
I can try. I mean, Luciana did it last time. I thought it was gone. But I I can't um I don't think I can do magic. Um uh so I don't know that I can do what she did. I don't have any salt.
she'll almost like dry, very horrible sounding chuckle at that and just say, "Will you wait with me? Will you sit with me?"
Yeah, what are we waiting for?
Can you roll a sharp for me?
Oh boy. All right.
And remember, if you have any will-o-wisp charges left as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, it changed at the last moment. Oh, it actually went good this time. Normally it's like you watch it go good to bad. Okay, that is sharp. It's still -1. That is 10.
So I should have phrased it as such, but read a bad situation. So like
Oh,
roll a sharp for read a bad situation. You can pick from phenomena if you wish as well.
okay. Okay. Where is the page that says the things? Yes. Um, I think I don't know if because they know that the flute man
Mm-hmm.
was sort of doing it last time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the question, how is this phenomenon doing this? Like, if it's not the flute man, what is it this time? Is that
So
yeah?
this is definitely the comedy club that is causing this. And you're not sure what in the comedy club, but this isn't the same. So the energy that you had seen outside the comedy club was very, very different to what you had seen when this was affecting people, like this specific illness was affecting people. So you're not sure how it's happening that someone in the comedy club is having the symptoms of something that you thought you had already stopped. So it has to be the comedy club. Like there has to be something here because you stopped the marionette. So it can't be that. So it has to be something within this space.
Okay. Um, okay, I'm gonna try something. If it doesn't work, um, I'll clean it up. And they're gonna look at the big hourglass
Mm,
because their logic is flute had a crystal, the marionette had the
mm,
crystal, hourglass full of crystal, hit it. So
yes.
um, I don't know. They might just try to. I mean, they did it with their sword last time. So I mean,
Mhm.
can I get the sword? Does it
Uh,
work?
you reach in and you feel resistance, like you can't bring it out, like something is stopping it. You can try and roll weird to overcome it if you wish, or you could try and do something else.
I think yeah, I'm gonna try to roll weird, but I think they're gonna be like, Cynthia, don't be like this. Come on, don't get in a mood. The sword is now named Cynthia. I've decided. All right. Weird. Ooh, okay. The dice like me today. I'm gonna regret saying that. Because they'll change their mind. uh, why can't I count? That is a 12.
So there's a bit of resistance, but you gave Cynthia a stern word, and without hesitation, when you pull to summon the sword, it summons again. As you go to stand up, uh, Sabrina is still holding your hand and says, "You said that you keep sitting with me. Where are you going?"
Literally just there. The big hourglass. I'm
And
I'm it's like a meter.
it's a couple of minutes in the corner of the room, but it is yes, but it still makes sense. It's like a meter.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, bestie. She'll be shaking her head and like holding on dearly to your hand.
Okay, I know that you're probably really stressed out and you probably don't feel very good, and that's understandable. Um, but I'm still gonna be in the room. Um, it's okay. I'm not leaving. I just need to hit it.
She will say she is looking more and more freaked out the more that you say that you're going to step away from where she is. Um, and she is going to ask you again if you stay with her, and I need you to roll act under pressure.
Okay. Fine and good, good and fine. Okay. Oh my god. Hello? Um, where are you when I'm playing D&D? All right. That is a 13.
It is really sad how much she's pining after you to not leave her, but you gently extract her hand from your wrist and you can stand up. She does start crying heavily as soon as you stand up, and does look like she is in some kind of genuine pain as soon as you let go and start moving away. But you are free to act as you wish.
Um, Man, they
But
will
yeah,
oh,
the screaming is bad though. Like she is, as soon as you let go of her, it is like uncontrollable sobs and wailing.
okay. Okay. That just kind of like gingerly just step back and just I'm still here. It's fine. Like it's okay. I'm gonna fix it. I think. Uh just give me a second. And they'll take a swing at the hourglass
Yeah.
with
Um,
Cynthia.
you don't need to roll for it. It's an inanimate object that is not trying to get out of your way. The blade connects with the glass, and as soon as it hits, there's like this energetic reverberation that spreads out from where it hit. The screaming that you already thought was loud, that was coming from Sabrina, intensifies tenfold. It's like there's multiple people in the space screaming, and you turn to look, and it looks like from the contact, the symptoms are worsening significantly. A large crack appears up the side of the hourglass, but sand is still pouring through it. Sabrina's symptoms seem to have significantly worsened with the impact.
Uh Just, no. That was okay.
It's a 4
Uh,
damage sword, right?
yes, it is. Yeah. Um, um, okay. Uh, uh, uh. I think I don't know. I don't know what to do. What would Luciana do? Um, um, do magic. I can't do that. Harper would text Cherry on her phone. I can't do that either. Okay. They'll get their phone out of their bum bag, um, and see and try and text Dr. Henry. Um, Start texting. Hello, Dr. Henry. I hope you are not stabbed. I need help, please. I can't do magic, and there's an hourglass? Question mark. Let's see if it sends.
Yeah, it does send. There's no immediate response. Remember, you have 2 read about situation questions held as well.
Oh, I do. I do.
Yes,
Okay, that's right.
just a reminder as well if you wish to use them at any point.
See,
Um,
I don't normally do sharp checks voluntarily, so
you do actually get a response. A couple moments later, but you look at the phone and it is illegible. It's just a mixture of letters and numbers in sequences that do not make sense.
Hey, I don't speak numbers. All right. I guess. Okay, okay. What? I'll use one of my questions. What's the
Mhm.
best way to protect the victims?
So, the best way for Sabrina to be protected, is who I'm assuming you were like referring to when you say victims. The best way to protect Sabrina is to sit with her and hold her hand and make sure she's okay. That is the best way for Sabrina to be taken care of.
Okay. I think I'll use my last question now. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
As you are realizing that, okay, she was freaking out. She did genuinely seem better with me sitting there holding her hand. Maybe I should do that. You look at your hands and you realize on your left hand, two of your fingers are translucent and wispy, and it's like they're slowly just apparating or dissolving.
Okay. Right. They'll put their hand behind their back, like not at all subtle. They're like, okay, Sabrina doesn't need to know that's happening. Okay. Uh, they'll put the sword away again and just, Cynthia, please behave. Swish. Uh, go and sit down and with their right hand, like, just, it's okay. It's okay. I'm still here. I'm still here. Um, uh, um, okay. What would help? Um, would you, like me to tell you a story to distract you? I don't, uh, would that be good? Or just sitting?
She'll just be nodding. As soon as you're reapproaching the bed, she'll have reached her hand out and she'll just be nodding. Like whatever you're saying, she just wants you to hold her hand and sit with her. So you can talk, you can not talk. She is just desperate for you to come and sit with her.
Okay. Um, yeah, they'll take her hand and, um, so, sometimes, as you would know, if you remember, I, like to go and, watch the dogs at the dog park, and, because they're just nice to look at, and, the last time I went, there was a really big one, that was really fluffy, and I thought it was really, majestic, but it probably wouldn't fit in my flat if I wanted to get a dog that big. And then as they're talking about the dog park, they're just gonna try and just slowly just take their hand out and just look at it
Mm.
as they're talking.
Yes, as you're talking, you can see she is visibly relaxed with you sitting with her and talking. She's not really fully paying attention to what you're saying. Um, but you can see kind of color returning to her complexion a little bit. As you look at your left hand, more fingers have gone. The ones that were kind of translucent and wisping away are just completely gone. There's no blood or wound or injury. It's like, you know when you have like drops of ink in water and you watch it like disappear and there's like no seam, but it just like gradients out of existence eventually? That is what's happening to Astra's hand, where it's just someone has just like slammed their hand with the Gaussian blur real hard and it is dissolving away. um you I'm going to say that this is included in the helping the victim. As you were holding their hand and trying not to freak out, as you were trying to distract her and look after her, uh you notice that you have your right hand, you're holding her right hand. On her left hand, it is starting to return to normal from the fingers down towards her palm.
Okay. I think I think they can put together, or at least they think that them disappearing is making her better.
Yeah, that's certainly an assessment they could come to.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
what they think is happening. So they're going to keep talking, and they talk about dogs for a
Mhm.
while. And I imagine as they keep talking, just like more and more of their arm is just disappearing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Um. So I think I have to go soon, but I'm gonna stay um for um for as long as I can. Um. So I think um I just want you to know that you were very important to me, even though we broke up. And I still think you're very good at dancing, and you should keep doing that. I think because you like it a lot. And I will miss you, and I will miss um Cephas and Deciduous um and Harper um and Luciana and um um cake. I think you should let yourself have some cake once in a while, please. For me, if that would be nice. Um and could you tell Nana? I didn't introduce the others to her. I don't know if they know um what I I don't really want to go, but I think I have to. So maybe get a dog if you have time for a dog. For me, you don't have to. It can yeah. I didn't make you a bracelet. I should have made you a bracelet. It's okay. Um yeah.
At this point, as Astra is talking, their arm, probably getting near the shoulder now, has completely disappeared. And they can see, turning from the left hand side, down their leg as well, um, just dissolving away. You can see as parts that are disappearing on Sabrina's body, it seems like it is getting better. As you were talking and talking, she is looking at you with eyes that just don't see almost. It's just like a glazed over of just nodding as they're talking and just the occasional whisper of don't go, don't go. As you keep pouring out all of these feelings to her. As you're sitting there, you're hearing the crystal sand pass through the hourglass. Um, and it is, you're eerily aware now that at the rate that the sand is pouring, it seems like that will be the timing of how long you've got left in this space. And it is getting close to about halfway through.
I think I think they start to cry and they just say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't mean to. I didn't know. I di- I didn't know that they were going to to I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. It'll be okay. And just yeah, just like yeah, just crying and saying sorry over and over. Variations of that, yeah.
I would like Astra to roll sharp for me, please.
Okay. Oh boy. We're having a good time tonight, aren't we? Okay. That is an 8.
8. You're talking to Sabrina, and there are moments that, through your own intense emotion, you kind of had the moments of like clarity, looking at her and trying to take in her reactions. And part of it, I mean, she's very ill and bedridden. So she doesn't fully seem in her right mind. But there is, in all of the talkings, there seems to be no recognition from her part of any of the names that you say, even of names that you know she would be familiar with. It is her sole focus has, and reactions and responses have only correlated to you leaving the space. Even with the inclinations of like, I won't be staying long, even though Astra knows what they're referring to, the interpretation from her is that you're leaving her, and it will immediately go back to her begging you not to leave. And then when you move away from the topic, she will go back to being almost not lifeless, but like a glazed over expression, less animated.
Okay. I think maybe if they still have their right hand, like if it's like sort of the left side that's like still disappearing, I think kind of as like it's getting further and further, I think they're just gonna say like, um, I'm just gonna, um, I'm just going to, I'll be back, okay? I'll be back. And I think they're thinking they don't know if they want to be here when they fully disappear. Um, I think it's just like panicking.
Mhm.
Because yeah, I don't know that like like obviously like I've succeeded on the roll. They've noticed, but I don't know if I know what I make of it. I don't know what they make of it, but I feel like this is still what they would do.
Mm.
So I think they will try if they can to quickly get up while they still have a right hand and open the door if there's a door and leave.
Yes, I would like you to roll Act Under Pressure with no modifier, as you have lost 2 of your limbs and her hand tightens around your wrist as you try to stand up.
Oh, you little bitches. Now you betray me. All right. Okay. That's a 3.
Damn. See, it's not so bad that you didn't have a modifier, because that would have been a failure anyway, right? Even with a
Yeah, it
modifier.
still would have been a 6. So, you win some, you lose some, or you lose some.
You go to stand up, and her hand tightens around your wrist and tugs, and with the lack of stability of not having both your feet, you kind of flop back down in your chair. You can see she is looking more and more animated as more of you is disappearing, and she'll look at you and with more intensity than she has previously just say, "You said that you wouldn't go, Astra. Where are you going?"
Are you happy that I'm disappearing? Is that I I I don't want you to be sick, but I don't have a leg or an arm, and I'm freaking out a little bit.
Did you want me to die? Did you want everyone to keep dying?
I'm trying to. I think this may be the first time they've ever used sarcasm. Yes, obviously. I love it when people get hurt. No! I I can't stop it if I don't if I'm not here, and I can't I can't help anybody. I can't
She
I
will, as you were saying this, she sits up in bed, which is the first time that she's shown any movement other than the hand reaching towards. And she'll lift up the other hand and place it on your shoulder. But it all started with you, Astra. What if you go away and all of it does? And she'll kind of start pulling Astra slowly towards her. And you can hear as the second hand is placed on you, the crystal sand starts running faster in the hourglass.
let go of me.
It's gonna be fine. Everyone will be fine. What's the problem?
No, no, let go of me, please.
And she'll slowly wrap her arms around your neck and try and pull you onto the bed.
I mean, can I try to resist at all?
You can. You can roll act under pressure again. It will be with
Okay.
no modifier again,
Alright.
but that doesn't stop you if you do have charges left of Will-O-Wisp
True.
that can be used, and luck can still be used.
True. Oh, I see what's happening now. Mutiny. You bastards. All right. They know. Um so I rolled double ones. I think I think I think I'm going to use another luck point because I think because it's not something they consciously do, and I think they're panicking enough and they're freaking out enough that I think it's warranted. I think it's valid. I think it's I
So
mean, yeah.
as she's wrapping her arms around your neck and shoulders and whispering these sweet nothings into your ear and trying to coax you to just lay down, lay down and close your eyes, and it's all going to be fine. You have this moment of just pure panic well up inside of you. There's a lot that has been happening in this room, and none of it is good. And a pure, almost primordial energy just surges through you as you push away from her, and she is flung back, and you realize that you're standing on your own feet, and as you look down, it is your limbs are back, but not as they were. Instead, it is like a constellation has like knit of like the star-like makeup and like a sheen around them making up limbs. Um you can see as she's pushed back, it pushes the robe that she's wearing away a bit, and you can see what you thought was a like the happenings of the illness with the heart, that like the marionette there is a crystal in place in Sabrina's chest. And as it reveals and you're looking, you're realizing that she doesn't have human limbs. You don't know why you didn't notice it before, but it is like the ball joints of the marionette.
Can can I get out my sword?
You can get out your sword.
Okay, I was gonna say, is she being moody with me still?
It is like harpy screeching at this point. Of just every thing that could be perceived that could be a jab at Astra, anything is being thrown of you never cared about me, you don't care about anyone else, everyone is going to die and it's your fault. You are unwilling to sacrifice one for everyone, and just this constant barrage as she's almost like backed up, right up against the bed, screeching in your direction.
Yeah, I think they just a few sort of silent tears come out, and I think they'll aim the sword and try and do what they did with the marionette and break it.
Yes, you're able to do that without much opposition because they're not really fighting back, they are just screaming. And as the sword pierces into the chest, into the crystal, you can see just one really awful moment of clarity where their expression shifts and it almost is like it's Sabrina that is looking over at you, and just tears start running down her face in a genuine sense this time, and she just says, "I'm sorry, Astra," and the shell crumbles. The sand is still falling, but there is no more screaming.
So because they're not disappearing anymore, or is it sort of
It's
like yeah?
very slow, but it does feel like there's a sense of it is still appearing.
Okay, I think they would try and even if it's just using their hands, just like stop the crystal sand from coming out of the big hourglass. Just like no, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. Go back in. It's fine.
So there's actually no break where it's coming out of the hourglass. It's still a sealed hourglass. The glass is
Oh,
cracked
okay,
where
right.
they struck it, but it is still just running through as per normal. It is a functioning hourglass that is serving its purpose, essentially, still.
Can I tip it on its side? Just try and gently lay it down so it cannot
Uh,
run.
you can. Uh, as as you try and tip the hourglass, uh, you do so successfully. I'm not going to make you roll for it. As it settles down onto the ground as it's tilting, the sand that was in the bottom chamber all rushes forward and pushes against the already weakened glass of the hourglass from where Astra had originally struck it. I'm going to roll for this. And shatters through the body of the glass. And as Astra has a moment of just like, it's not what I wanted to happen, you're kind of looking down at this broken hourglass, kind of just like, what do I do now? And you realize your hand's back to as it was, an Astra hand, not a spectral celestial hand. As this hourglass just keeps breaking down into little tiny pieces, and Astra is not disintegrating anymore. And we are going to go over to Luciana.
I mean, I feel like we don't need to.
Hey, too true. Luciana's on a beach in the Bahamas, and it's really
Having a
nice,
real good
actually.
day.
It's the beach in the Bahamas, but it's like a really hot day, and so it's nighttime, so it's really pleasant temperature at night, so there's no sun up, and she's got a coconut, and it's great, and Rohan is just really unhappy, which is great, and it's a good time.
Perfect vibes.
Perfect vibes. No. Luciana is stepping into the inky darkness. You feel a tug in front of you and behind you, and as you look down with your enhanced vision going into the darkness, you can see an energetic tether that is connecting you to the two members that you are with. As you step into the space, you are accosted with just a shocking migraine. Just It's bad vibes. You can see the bad vibes. You can see the faces and the rolling inky tendrils and all the bad things that are happening. You know it's not going to be a pleasant time in here, but this is a migraine that is very reminiscent of when you had been staring directly at a light with the spell active. It is blinding, it is disorientating, and it hurts a lot. You look around and see the members that you were standing with are no longer the members you came in with. They are dressed the same. They are looking around as if nothing happened, but their features are feathered and their faces are elongated into that of a bird-like creature.
Wonderful.
And they are not speaking English anymore, but they are definitely conversing with you and each other. And it doesn't sound good, honestly.
I know that Luciana knows it's magic,
Mm.
but I think she's just going to kind of try and tug at this energy that she can see to at least
Mhm.
untie herself from one of the monstrous bird people.
Yeah, I am going to get you to roll a contested weird check with the spellcaster. I know what they rolled to cast it. I need you to roll weird and see if it is high enough.
Oh, it's not fantastic. Um, 2 3s and a 2.
So 8. So with a mixed success, what does happen is you are able to grab an intangible force because this is like an energetic thing that you are able to see because of your vision, but through your sheer terror and through your own innate magical abilities, you are able to grab the tether that is in front of you and yank it. The individual in front of you, who was Rohan, stumbles back and turns in your direction and says some sharp, shrill noises that are not human at you, and starts waving their clawed, feathered hands around.
Yeah, nah. This is the one thing that she's afraid of is birds, and there've already been birds outside, and those birds were attacking people. So she's gonna kind of drop to the floor and just put her hands over her face and try and make it go away.
Yeah, you feel the hand of what should be Henry behind you, but instead you feel again the clawed, feathered hand of someone that is not Henry grasping your shoulder, and you hear clicking and shrill whistles right next to your ear as they are speaking directly to you in a confusing manner.
She's gonna start madly muttering about birds, and I shouldn't have turned the lights on. If I hadn't turned the lights on, maybe I wouldn't be able to see. Like, fucking, nah, no, 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 no fucking bird.
As you are muttering this, you feel a sharp yank at the tether that is attached to the front of you. As would you look up at all at like a sharp tug, or would you
Oh yeah,
ignore it?
absolutely.
Yeah, you see behind this bird creature an even larger, more fucked up looking bird creature just grab it and yank it and rip it into a side corridor.
Oops. Well, I mean, if the big bird and the small bird have gone down a corridor, there's at least less birds
There's a lot of
in the
bird
room.
noises coming from down that corridor. I would just.
Ah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Just give me a second. I'm gonna turn around. Can
Mhm.
I still see the tether, or has it been like broken by
You
being ripped
can.
away?
So it has been broken, but it's like a paper trail. So you can still see where it's going. It's like a mixture of a tether and a location spell. Or locating spell.
I don't know if this is the intention of any of these roles, but can I? 'Cause I'm trying to find the questions and I'm not finding the questions. I want to like I really can't find the question. Like the read a bad situation,
You can
but
absolutely. I was about to prompt roll read a bad
yeah.
situation, and is very bad for her situation.
Yeah. That's pretty good. That's a 5 and a 4, adding a what am I adding for that one?
Sharp.
And a 2, because I'm smart.
So that is a
I'm a smart
complete
girl.
success. You get 3 questions.
Unfortunately, on the list of questions is not where'd that bird go? Uh, but as far as the question is like, what's the biggest threat, is probably the one that I want first.
Yes. So the biggest threat, whatever the hell took the first bird thing, definitely not good. Surprisingly though, you don't feel like the horrific bird creature behind you is of a threat. But definitely whatever grabbed the other bird man is not good.
How about I might save the third question, but I'm going with what's my best way out for my second question.
Yes. So I am going to frame this as if it's what's my best way out of this situation. So not just the comedy club, but specifically the awful situation that Luciana is in. With even through this, as realistic as it is, there is a tiny part of your brain that is going, it's magic, it's magic, it's magic, it's magic, it's magic, it is magic. And magic always has a starting point and an ending point. So you need to determine the trigger. What you are seeing, you know it's magic. It is bad. You are scared of birds. Obviously, this is feeding on your fear because you fucking hate birds and you're scared of them. There will be something to do with killing a source of the fear. So it is not necessarily killing all birds because you're scared of birds, but it is killing the mechanic in a sense that you make something not a threat anymore. So you overcome the reason why you're scared. So it's either determining it's not scary anymore, it is disabling it so that the thing that is causing you fear can't do that anymore. You have to figure out what of those kind of things it is, though.
Yep. Um, I feel like the best course of action, if I'm like I have to get rid of something that's causing fear, is unfortunately, she would assume, follow the real big bird.
Yes.
Um,
So, as you are sitting contemplating and figuring this out, you are hearing the creature that, again, logically, you're like, this should be Henry, but it is absolutely not Henry, talking at you in a language that you cannot understand because it's clicks and shrieks and noises that humans can't make. But they're trying to get you up and get you moving.
yeah. I'm gonna get up and I'm going to look kind of past the Henry bird. So I'm not like making eye contact because I don't like birds. In case that's not clear. And I'm gonna be like, I know that you're Henry, but you're terrifying. And I know we have to go. But if you could maybe walk in front of me, I would appreciate that.
You see at the you were terrifying, just like a moment of just like, excuse me, like in physical reaction. But you can see that they've cottoned on. They understand that it's something to do with this place that's affecting you. And they seem somewhat understanding. Definitely not how Bird Rohan was acting. They seem to be wanting to work with you to try and get through this. And so they will walk ahead of you and start walking through fairly quickly. um, towards the space that Rohan was dragged, I should say.
Yeah. I will follow, and hopefully feeling a little bit better about being able to see the bird person instead of
Mhm.
having the terrifying bird person directly behind.
Yes. You walk through the doorway and you are now in a massive open space. You turn back and there is a doorway, but it's like you're on the outside of a building and this was the exit to a building. It is not post-apocalyptic in the sense of just like a massive just like explosion or like the typical sci-fi, but it's very industrial. There's lots of concrete, there's like rubble of buildings, like broken bollards. There is not a piece of vegetation in sight. As you're walking through, you can see a figure up further ahead in a cleared space amongst all this rubble, and you can hear shrill clicks and whistles from all around you. Uh, Even through the resolve of just like keep moving, stealing glances to either side, you will see more prominently bird-like creatures similar to what Rohan and Henry had appeared as. Um, but think kind of is it Dark Crystal, the like puppetry, like with that kind of vibe, but more elongated. Um, Not great to look at if you are scared of birds. There's also a healthy amount of birds, specifically ravens and crows, flying around in the sky. Looking ahead and trying to ignore the obscene amount of bird and bird-like creatures that all have definitely seen you and are taking note of your movement. You are moving ahead and you can see Rohan, except they do look like Rohan again. But they are in this cleared space like it is an impact crater. Like there's a blast radius that was around them. It's a cleared space and rubble all around. They are choking and coughing and gagging and hunched over on all fours just with one hand around their throat. Henry starts moving quickly, which kind of pulls you with him as the tether between you two still holds. And you have about 1.5 meters between you guys as you're moving. Moving up, Henry is trying to do something to help Rohan. Henry still looks like a bird, but Rohan doesn't seem to be reacting as if Henry is a horrific bird creature. They actually don't seem to be reacting much at all to Henry's touch, as they are coughing and choking still. You can see almost like ichor, like thick black ichor pouring out of their mouth and out their eyes as they're choking.
Cool. I would like to use my final question of the three
Yes.
and go with what is the best way to protect the victims? This is a single, maybe.
So you are not sure if you can stop what is happening to Rohan. If you can find the trigger of what's caused it, that would be good. But this seems fairly rapid onset. So ending the spell, this seems to be whatever's happening to Rohan is very different to what's happening to you. So there would be some kind of combined trigger, most likely. The biggest thing that pings to you though as well is nothing as of yet has happened to Henry. And you got hit immediately. Rohan got dragged off pretty quickly, and something's happening. So that is something to be aware of as well in terms of like protecting the other victims, because including yourself and Henry as victims, for any triggers that might set off Henry. Um, but at the moment, it seems like figuring out what the trigger and how to stop it would get you guys out of this. But you haven't found it yet, and you're not sure. You could try magically to try and slow down what's happening to Rohan, or you could let it happen and then deal with it as part of like protecting the victim.
Yeah, I have seen, I have managed to stop things before that were going on. I'd like to use that same spell, which I am trying to find, but I have too many pages open. Force of will with like
Yes.
the little salt circle and the
Mhm.
like the chop in the energy kind
Yes.
of
Yes.
thing.
You may roll weird to. It's weird. Force of will, correct?
It is,
I
yeah.
believe so. Yeah.
Okay. That's a 6 and a 1 plus 3.
So complete success.
Oh, good, because I was going to use a luck point and potentially make myself insane if that wasn't working.
So you manage to quickly react and cast this, and the coughing stops almost immediately. Just still remnants of the ichor that they were coughing up dripping out. But they're able to compose themselves temporarily. Incredibly bloodshot eyes from the amount of choking and coughing that they were just doing. Um, but they just look over. Uh, they're not super appreciative because you get the sense that they feel the fact that the tether was broken and they were dragged away like that is partially your fault. But they acknowledge that you've helped in a glance.
Yeah. She's going to just go, in my defense, you're a giant horrific bird.
No, I wasn't.
No, you were,
No.
but you're not anymore. Henry still is. We need to break this. Whatever this is, we need to break this. And I don't have time to argue with you, but I don't like it.
Yeah,
Don't turn back into a bird.
I wasn't. But he will get up and he will cast magic again and retether you. He's like, don't fucking grab it this time.
I won't. I won't. I won't.
He'll turn and look at Henry and he'll like, "You're right." And Henry will click and squawk back, and he'll just be like, "Yeah, no, I'm fine. Feel great." Anyway, he's going to start shuffling around and kind of composing himself, dusting himself off, and is ready to move. Is there anything you want to do in this space?
None of the other weird bird creatures have like they're not like advancing. They're just kind of around at this stage.
So they are definitely they're kind of getting closer, like ominously, but not poising to do something necessarily, but they are keeping track of where you are and what you're doing, and they are closing the gap so they can see it really well.
Oh, nice. Are there any other doors in here other than the one that we came in through?
Not that you can see. But there are places that you could probably like there might be a door, but it's
Filled with bird
not
people?
yeah. Yeah. There's bird people everywhere. I would like you to roll sharp, please.
Oh no. Well, I mean it's an experience point. My sharp is 2, so that's 1, 2, 2, which is 5. I can count.
You have one of the wisp charms that you can use to add a +2 if you
I do.
wish.
I do. I do. I probably should. Um, yes. I think have 3 of those left or 2 of those, but I at least have 2.
You started with 4. I think you have 3
Yeah.
left potentially because I think you've only used
Yeah, I
1.
only remember using 1. Okay. So that will make that will be a 7.
Yes. You see amongst all of the birds, um, there's kind of one vacant space. The bigger bird creatures are clustered together, pretty close. But then there's like a void space where there's none of the big ones and there's just a single raven standing. And you notice that it has turquoise eyes. And it turns when you see it and hops away.
I'm going to point at that bird, and I'm going to be like, I cannot understand a word that Henry is saying. You obviously can. If he says anything important, tell me we're going that way.
Okay. Henry will just shrug because he's like, I'm not going to say anything because I don't have anything important to say, and apparently it's gibberish to you. And you make your way over. So with a mixed success, you do lose sight of it as it hops down, but you see a clearing that you are really familiar with. It is the Morning Wood.
Oh, good. Which one is the
M-O.
Morning Wood? We've been to a few woods.
You are in, for anyone that appreciates my very funny joke of it being called Morning Wood.
I did think that very briefly, and then
Yes,
I
good.
trying to concentrate on important things.
It is just the Mornwoods, but I couldn't resist a pun. I'm Australian.
So looking at my notes because I
Yes,
have
this
notes.
was in a DM. If you're not looking at the DMs,
Uh, I'm not looking at DMs, but I was going through that to make sure I'm correct. This is where Astra was summoned, correct?
yes, that is
Yeah,
correct.
there it is. Um, okay, what's going on in there?
You step down. It's a clearing. There is nothing going on. There is a lake, which you don't think usually is there, but it is there here. And there is a cavern.
Did you say cavern or cabin?
Cavern. Cave system of sorts.
Yep. If people are still following me, I'm going to keep going that way.
Very good. As you make your way down, bird people follow you. The birds in the sky are following you. Everyone is following you, including your party members that you are with presently. Stepping down. Jesus. Don't worry, I'm just rolling. Don't worry about it. Nothing happens, fortunately, and you keep proceeding. But you hear. I don't know if birds can really like grunt or grimace, but you hear a weird bird noise behind you, but nothing happens, and Bird Henry keeps moving.
Look, I'm not going to turn around and look at him because I'm very much trying to avoid acknowledging that he's a bird. So as long as he's still moving and not bird crying, I'm going to keep moving.
Yes. He is definitely still moving. You make your way down to the cavern and you do catch sight of the raven with turquoise eyes. Again. And it hops into the mouth of the cave and disappears.
I'm going to turn around just to check. I'm like, you can see the bird that we're following, right? Have you seen the bird? The
Y-
special one.
y- yeah, I figured that's what you were following.
Okay. I'm not usually like this. I'm usually much more composed. But I don't like birds. And I'm following a bird. So I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't losing my mind.
Okay. Yeah, we're all having a bad day. Are we going to keep following the bird?
Yes. You don't have to be so rude.
You see, he bites his tongue, was definitely going to say something else, but for the sake of getting out of here, doesn't.
Back to following a bird.
Yes.
The bird that was creepy hanging out in Astra's windowsill as well.
As you step through the threshold of the cave, I would like you to roll past lives for me, please.
Excellent. I don't entirely remember how this works. Oh, fuck. How does. Because I think that was bad. Oh, that was bad.
It is weird. What did you roll?
A 1 and a 2, and I added 3, so I got a 6.
I Once again, reminding you that you
I'm
have
getting
Will o' the
no,
Wisp charges.
I am definitely using one of those
Yeah.
because
They're running
I
out, but you do still have them.
I have one left after this. I don't want to be I don't want to be somebody else. So
Yes.
that gets me up to a 7. No,
Uh,
8.
you will hear as you look into the cave, you hear a voice that you do not recognize call out your name. It is very friendly, uh, with a hint of sarcasm, kind of just innately in their tone, and you can see that it seems like Rohan and Bird Henry can hear it too, because they are like they poignantly look at you when there's a voice that calls down the cavern. As you are pausing at the threshold, which is natural when you step into a cave and you hear someone call your name, you will see the raven hop forward again, like back into eye line, and just kind of bounce on the spot a little bit and hop back into the cave further down, trying to lead you down.
Definitely seems like the right way. To the creepy voices. After the creepy
Yes.
bed.
Walking down, you see the cavern shifts again into very gothic decor, a hallway leading into a chamber. Lots of blacks, rich, deep reds and purples. Very expensive looking furniture and very nice looking furniture. And as you walk in, you see a familiar woman standing at the window. And she turns back and smiles, and you recognize her as the woman that was in the photo that you found in your library. One of the women, or one of the beings in there.
I have names. I feel like I should assume that this is the witch.
Probably a safe assumption.
Yeah.
She'll stand, she'll look you up and down, and then she'll look Rohan up and down and kind of just like, "Mm." And then she'll look at Henry and she'll look back at you, and then she'll look at Henry and look back at you, and she'll snap, and you look back at Henry and he looks like Henry again.
Oh, thank fuck.
And you can see Henry looks stun locked, and Rohan looks unhappy, which is Rohan.
Yeah.
And Henry will just clandestine, and she's like, "I know, I look fabulous. My soul's looking pretty good as it is now, anyway, isn't it? Though." And she'll kind of gesture to all of Luciana. And you see Henry looks at Luciana and looks back at this witch that is standing there. And the little raven will hop over and hop up onto Luciana's shoulder. How does Luciana feel about that?
Probably not as weird as, oh look, my soul made her feel. But a little uncomfy. As long as it's not making
Yeah.
noises, she's just gonna ignore it.
Probably would make a little bit of noise, but not a lot. It's a bird. Ravens love to make noise. I'm gonna level with you. But she will turn and look. She's like, "Well, a little bit of a sticky situation you seem to be in. I do know how to get into trouble, and it looks like that hasn't changed."
Other people got into trouble.
Mm.
I just followed.
Ah, don't know that one. Well, can't always be around competent people, and sometimes they need someone there who is that can clean up the mess. Am I right?
Usually, but not today. What was this soul's business? I'm sorry. I really need to go back to that.
Oh, honey, you're my reincarnation. Don't worry about it. It's great.
And your friend's gonna point at Henry and be like, and you're not a bird. Wonderful. Shut the fuck up.
The raven on your shoulder looks like, oh, that's very nice. It just kind of just settles down into itself, but does stop making noise. And Henry's like, yeah, magic. I'm not gonna question it. Yeah, I didn't expect to see you here. Like, well, aren't you in for a lucky surprise then? Anyway, yeah, stuff is happening really quickly. Don't have a lot of time because I am dead and not supposed to be here. But, well, also don't want. You seem really young, and I know when I was alive, I wanted to be alive for like a while, and I was. So let's see if we can take care of the vessel of my soul for now and get you out of here. What I am going to need you to do is go and get Astra and Harper. Um, Old friends, new bodies. It's a thing. Don't worry about it. They are here too, but not in this space. I think Astra's okay. I think Astra's physically okay. I take a little time with the other emotional stuff, but I think they're doing all right. Harper is physically present and damn, much sassier than when I knew them before, but kind of dig it. Maybe Azeo should have been a bit more like that, but don't worry about that either. Anyway, if you could just go uh and get her and get them and get out of here, that would be splendid because there's a big ritual that's happening tonight and uh I mean, we prevented the end of the world before. We'll do it again, but you need to be there to do that.
Fair enough. Do you have any tips on the finding or the leaving?
Yeah. So here's the thing. I can't do anything with this body. I tried to come and see you, but it didn't quite work how I planned for it to. So I can't help so much in that. He can, and she'll point to the raven on the shoulder. See, he's usually with him, and she'll point to Henry. But I kind of hijacked him again because he is mine, so he's technically yours. But then this iteration of the soul didn't like birds, so Henry was looking after them for a while. That's why. Anyway, don't worry about it. It's a lot. It happens sometimes that you're terrified of your own familiar, but you'll get over it. Anyway, if you follow them, they will take you to where they need to be. You need to go quickly and not look at anything because you will get scared because there's a lot of birds out there.
The bird's your fault? The
No,
bird's my fault because I don't
the,
like birds.
the birds are your fault.
Okay.
No, I had a raven familiar. I'm not scared of birds. What do I look like, a psychopath? Torments myself every day with my own familiar? No.
Well, I was thinking if you really liked birds, then maybe you made bird people.
I appreciate the line of thinking, and I see where you're going with that, but no, I didn't do that. This is all part of the whole, apocalypse happening at the moment where people are dying en masse because of magical illnesses and spells. They're using celestial crystals that Astra makes. Not their fault. They can be used for very good things, which is what Cephas and Henry are doing. They've been at it for years. They know what they're doing. Just ask them. Henry will just roll his eyes at that comment.
I don't think Cephas has ever answered a question. But I know we're in a hurry. But if you've stopped an apocalypse before, is this the same apocalypse happening again? And how do we stop it if you've done that before?
Yes and no. It is not the
Oh.
same, but it's very similar. So what you're going to need to do is, and as she's talking, you can see her body is starting to disappear from like the ground up, like a classic old movie with a ghost where it's like the ghost is fading away. She's like, oh nope. All right, I can't give you every little bit of information right now because try and manifest me again. Maybe actually that probably won't work. You might get another one that's not the original me. So don't try and do that. But what you need to do is follow the bird. The bird will help you get out of here and it will teach you to go to the right doors. She will look at Henry and she's like, I haven't got time. And so she does like this wackiest arcane bullshit of hands going everywhere and then just like in her robe throws salt at Henry. And he just coughs and you can see something lights up on his side. It's like, don't let him go into the, and she clicks at the raven. Third door on the left. When you go down the first corridor and then you turn right, don't use the third door on the left. Anyway, should be fine if that doesn't happen. You seem to have fixed him. He just has some kind of inferiority complex. That's going to deal with it. And she just like kind of gestures at Rohan. If you get out of here quick, that's not going to manifest again. Anyway, you got to go. Yeah, ask Cephas. Cephas would let you know. There's probably people on the way. And yeah, that is me. And she just disappears. And you turn back to Henry and Rohan and you're standing outside of the cave again. There's no lake. There's no cave entrance anymore. It's just a rock. But you are in the forest.
Fucking fantastic. I have questions for you later, Henry. But a corridor? Is there a corridor? Does anybody see a corridor?
So the bird on your shoulder, looks nervously at you and then starts flying because it's not sure if like the flying part of birds is why you're scared of birds, but it's way faster than it trying to hop all the way back to the entrance. So it's like weighing up its options. And we'll start flying with as minimal flapping as possible back to the doorway that you came in.
Okay, following the bird.
It leads you back. So as clandestine, which was how Henry referred to Sacred Witch, mentioned, don't look at the birds because it will freak you out again. In any little corner glimpses, you do feel like an immediate spike in blood pressure and heart rate as soon as like you accidentally get a glimpse at one of the birds that isn't the raven. So it's like a very careful balancing act of following, not looking up too high because there's birds in the sky, not looking any deviation of left or right because there are bird people that are just like really just waiting to like jump scare you at any given point. Funnily enough, they're not really doing anything. They're just waiting and being ominous and clicking in the shadows. But it's enough. It's magic. As you make your way through, you get back into the building. You're walking through. You go down a corridor to the right, and as you are walking down, Henry pauses at one of the doors. Rohan kind of bumps in to Henry, and you notice the tug of the tether stopping as he's staring, looking at a door. The raven is, now that you're in the house, is hopping instead of flying, kind of pauses and looks back at like, what's the hold up?
What is the hold?
Henry is stopped at one of the doors.
Though, is it the third door?
It looks like it's the third door on the left in the corridor, first corridor after the right-hand corridor.
Yeah, nah. I'm gonna grab his arm and attempt to pull him along with me.
I will get you to act under your choice of act under pressure or kind of kick some ass, whichever stat is better for you, which I know.
Kick some ass is very bad, so we're gonna go act under pressure. That's a 5 and a 4 and a 1, so a
That
10.
is what you needed. You yank. Rohan is pushing as well because they were helping out as well.
Yeah.
And you managed, as soon as the immediate like looking at the door is broken, Henry is just like, sorry about that. Yeah, let's keep moving. And whatever hold was over him with that door, it's broken, and you make your way through. You get to a room, and there are several doors, and there's also a hole in the wall. In one of the walls as well.
Well, that's suspicious. I'd like to look through the wall that has a hole in it.
Yeah, you can see, looking in, you can see a broken hourglass. And what do you think Astra would be doing right now?
I think they are standing like in the corner of the room, standing up, and they kind of like have their palms in both the corners, and they have their eyes shut, and they're just trying to like calm themselves down, like breathing exercises with Nana, but minus the Nana. So
Facing into the wall like Blair Witch, or facing
facing
away
outward,
from the
facing outward. They're not just facing outward.
They're just one of those like creepy crying dolls, but really big.
Oh man.
Astra, hello.
Oh, are you real?
Yes.
I don't really have a way to know if you're lying.
We're not lying, and we're in a hurry. And Rohan is just standing behind Luciana.
You're real, you're grumpy. Okay, we're good. All right. Where, are you all okay? What happened with the hyena? Where's Harper?
Don't know what happened with the hyena. We followed you inside. It was being very slowly eaten by birds. And we still have to find Harper.
Oh no.
I have a bird now.
Oh, but you don't like birds.
I know. We're
No.
gonna have to get used to that. And by we, I mean me specifically. But the bird is helping. We're following the bird.
Okay. I mean, if I could see the bird, can I?
Yeah. Henry at this point as well, after the bird being referred to as the bird, I have a bird, I have the bird, will lean in and say, his name is Victor, by the way.
Thank you. She didn't say that, did she?
No, because
off
she
with
was
that.
just referring to them as my familiar. So she didn't use the name.
I'm going to not really get close to the bird, but I'm gonna be like, nice to meet you, Victor.
Victor will. There's like, again, you can see they almost like lift a wing up and are just like doing the just like, I need to come across real good because she's scared of me, like just by species in general, kind of like vibe, and in a very human way. They're like almost like scratching like under their chin, and they'll just like look up and just like puff their chest up like ravens do, and just like lift a wing up and salute.
Okay. Cool.
Do you want to walk behind me and I can follow so you don't have to see?
No, no. I think this is the rest of my life kind of thing. So we're gonna Victor and I are going to be friends.
As you say that, even though it is very tentative, Victor, just like the little like open wing, just like he's so happy that you've committed. You know, the familiars are supposed to be for life. He's like, I haven't been with my like actual like pacted witch for like years because of the fear of birds.
Okay. Following Victor. This is Victor. Yeah. This is Astra. You were at their window the other day, so maybe you already know that.
Oh, just nod.
Hello, Victor. If you tell me what you eat, you can come to my window anytime and I will give you snacks.
It was like, all right. It's like, I like this guy, kind of like, was like, like pointing again, very human in the way that it emotes, like using feathers as if they were extensions of like fingers. But then they just like and they'll just start like stepping on the spot, and they'll dart like Darren's like, we're on a timeline. We gotta go. And they'll run down a series of corridors as you're following. Without a guide, it would have been impossible, near impossible, to find a way through, because every room you go into is the same bland room with the same corridors that lead off them with the same amount of doors. It's a nightmare. Why are they renovating this place like this? If it's not magic, it's horrible design. Until you finally come to a door that has a golden glow coming from underneath it.
Do you think we knock?
Is this where Harper is?
I would assume so.
Maybe we knock. I'll knock. Harper, are you in here?
That's where we will go back in time, roughly half an hour ago, to where Harper is. Harper has just started succumbing to intense fear. And through all of this, as you're freaking out, and it's just all this existential dread of, I'm alone, I'm gonna die alone, and no one will remember me, and nothing matters. Why am I still here? This is fucking awful. I would like you to roll weird.
I have +2.
Yes.
So
you can
8.
use- As you are sitting there, curled up in the corner, you feel warmth spreading through your fingertips and spreading, welling in your chest almost. And you're not sure why, because you don't feel good. And this is a feeling that is usually associated with something good happening, having the warmth in the chest. The fingers is kind of weird though. And so as you look up, you see there is someone standing in front of you holding your hand.
I swear to God, if it's me, go away. I don't want to deal with you right now. One me is enough.
It's put me in a bit of an odd situation, because it's kind of true, but it was really hard to get here, so I would probably prefer to stay if that's okay with you.
What?
You look up and you see a semi-spectral form of a gentleman with long hair that goes down past their waist, and they are clad in very, very ornately decorated robes. Um, you're not sure specifically, like if it's a specific culture or religion, you don't recognize them. But they have a very soft and warm expression, and they looked very concerned as well. And genuinely, when you're like, just go away, they're just like, want to respect that wish, but kind of have to not do that right now.
Should I know you?
No. It is normal that you don't, but it also wouldn't be particularly bizarre if you did, in a sense. That is incredibly confusing, and I'm sorry about that. I They're just like really thinking hard because you were like in a very bad situation and they don't want to overwhelm you with too much information, but they're just like, You can call me Azael. I am here to help you get out of here because you are not very well.
It's the makeup, isn't it? It's what's telling you
No,
that.
makeup is on point. That's the thing, right? That's not the issue here. You look fine from your own aesthetic additions. However, and he'll just like clap and stretch his hands out, and there's a thin panel of shimmering light that solidifies and has a reflective surface. And as you look at your reflection, you can see around the eyes and around the throat, there's darkening and raising of veins that are starting to appear.
Excellent. I'm dying. That's the realization I needed right now.
That's what I am here to stop, hopefully. You seem to be struggling with the concept of being alone, which I understand is a difficult thing to come to terms with sometimes. You need to just kind of accept your own company is good is part of this. It sounds very corny, and I know that it is like sometimes the least helpful advice when someone comes in and kind of tells you to just get over it because it's not that easy, but it is feeding off of your trauma to kill you, and I would like that not to happen, because I mean it's not great for you, nor is it great for your loved ones if you die here.
And why do you care?
I care because someone that I care deeply about cares deeply about you.
Cryptic.
Yes, I kind of have to be. Unfortunately, comes with the territory.
Think like 3 years ago, I got really sad once. Someone did tell me to just be happy. It did kind of work. Is that what you're telling
I'm
me?
glad. If that's what you need, yes.
So I just need to be hip hip hooray about being alone.
Sometimes it's an important thing to learn for us to be comfortable with our own company. Because do you think you're a bad person?
Yes.
Well, that is a roadblock I wasn't anticipating. You're not. Uh, just because you do bad things doesn't mean that you're innately a bad person. I know that you have the potential to be a very good person and very beneficial to lots of people around you. And I know that you have someone very close to you that cares about you a lot. So,
Right. So be a good person and be happy with my own company. Do you have a final motivating quote for the end of this?
that is kind of all I've got. It's really just keeping you conscious until other people get here, is my MO at the moment.
Yeah, I'm really tired.
Do not go asleep. Do not fall asleep. It is at this point you hear a knocking at the door, and hear Harper spoken through it.
If that is that me bitch, I'm giving
No,
up.
no, it. Do not do that. I don't think it is. I know it's not.
Still don't get your deal.
I am a painfully confusing person, I'm sorry.
Nothing? Okay. Yes, painful indeed. I guess I'll get that, then answer the door. And she'll get up and, well, attempt to get up, I guess, and try to answer the door.
It is a struggle, but you do manage to stand up. They are a spectral form. They're not fully tangible, but they're kind of helping a bit where they can. The main thing they're providing is like a warmth of presence. As they lead you towards the door. Are you going to open it? I can't open. I can't.
How can you carry me but not open a door?
It's really complicated.
Your presence is really just bringing up more questions than it's answering.
Open the door.
Fine.
Or at least yell through it and get someone else to open it.
Fine. I think she yelled loud enough that you could probably hear through the door. But she'll eventually reach out to open it.
The door swings open. And you're met with Astra standing at the door.
Does Harper still have like the veins and everything?
Yes, they have lessened from what Harper had seen, but because Astra hadn't seen that, they just look bad.
Okay. Ah! Oh, you're here! You're not on fire! Oh, I don't have salt! Not again! Luciana?
If you're here to say mean things to me, I really think you should just go away.
What? No?
No?
I don't think Astra can say mean things.
Yeah, I was gonna get Rohan to teach me.
That was last night's goal. See, I don't particularly care if you happen to be the bad you or not. I'm really tired. I would really like a nap. So if you could just get your bad thing going, we can get this done. I'm just happy to go along with it. I'm good.
I have literally no idea what you're talking about, Harper. But we have to go.
Fine.
Is there a ghost man in this room?
Yes, there is a shimmering golden silhouette that's standing behind Harper that Luciana would recognize. A photo that they have.
Yeah. Is this your past life?
Just behind Harper's just...
He's just some guy. I don't know.
Hello.
Okay. Well, hi.
Can't open doors. Not very useful. Doesn't answer a lot of questions.
Harper, you could have opened the door.
I'm tired.
I'm intangible, so I could not open the door.
Which one are
We
you?
should... Hmm?
Which one are you? You're the I'm scrolling. I've scrolled too far. Fuck.
He's the vague one. Do you need an
That's-
answer more than that?
Yes. The priest based on the or the robes based on the
Yeah.
ghost.
Yeah, I was, not important right now. We need to get Harper somewhere safer. Oh, hello, Henry. Henry's just like at the best. What is happening with my day?
Well, we can maybe get Harper out of here and get her a coffee if she's tired. If she'll leave.
I already said I'm leaving. Ready for whatever torture you have ahead? It's all good. Sign me up. Shackle me. Don't care. Just don't expect me to do much walking.
I'm going to look at Rohan. I feel like you're most likely to have shackles. Is
Oh,
that
that's
something we can do?
yeah, I don't know what that means, but yes.
You had the magic rope. You had the magic rope. Magic tether rope. I'm not trying to imply anything. Can you attach her? I feel like she's gonna fall asleep in a corner if we don't look at her constantly.
I could just
And actually,
carry
if you can keep
her.
attaching people, Astra too.
Yeah, you want me to attach the ghost?
I don't think you can,
That
based on the intangible.
okay, A, the tether was supposed to be intangible. I still don't know how you grabbed it. And B, that was sarcasm. But C, I could attach a tether to a ghost if I really wanted to.
Maybe you should, because I have questions. But in the very least, Harper and Astra, please.
Fine. And he will go through and he'll tether Astra and Harper. He'll go to tether Azael, and Azael's like, "Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I will just walk with you." Don't worry about it. Yeah, fine. All right, where are we going? Um, yeah, Victor
Bird.
is just waiting, ready for his moment to shine. He's really on mission prove himself to Luciana right now that he's a valuable ally and is not scary. And will duck and weave around swiftly, but in a way that it can be followed easily. No checks are needed, and leads into a what feels like a central chamber, uh, where there is a dais, multi-tiered dais, with a big stone throne, and there's a corpse mounting the throne that is almost completely crystalline into a black crystal skeleton. To Luciana, who still has the effects of the seeing through darkness, there's like a heavy darkness emanating from the skeleton, and you can see it's the same, just like rolling tendrils of like inky energy coming up it, filled with screams and not good things. Uh, Essentially the opposite of the vibe that you would want in a comedy club. Comedy club's supposed to be like a good, lighthearted, funny time. This is real bad energy.
Astra would have been either like walking with Harper to like help her stand or like carrying her if she needed carrying. Because I feel like even if she can walk, she's wearing impractical shoes. It's Harper. Like, um, but I guess when we get in the room. Oh, is that the thing that I'm supposed to hit with the sword? It's not the hourglass, it's that?
Who is this being directed at?
Just
Anyone
kind
in
of just
particular? The
just like
room?
looking between everybody, just like, oh,
Yeah.
is that the thing? Is that gonna
You see Victor on the ground. It's just like pointing at it with a wing and just does this motion with his wing. Yes, what the bird said.
uh I'll go do that then, I guess. I'm Harper, will you be okay for a second?
Mm.
Good enough for me. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I'll just um start like taking out the sword and just kind of turn back to everybody. I'm not gonna disappear or anything, am I? If I
I'll come with you ish.
okay. Yeah, no, I've already like half disappeared today, so I just would prefer not to do that again.
I will try my very, very hardest to make you not disappear.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Um, yeah, I'll try and go up and try and slice it. Uh, crack the stupid skeleton. I don't know. See if that works. Is it like it's like a crystalline skeleton on
Mhm.
a stone throne. It's not like the whole thing is
No,
crystal.
it's just the
Okay.
skeleton, and it would be
Okay.
very familiar to Harper specifically. This is exactly what the reflection of all of the people in Harper's scene looked like.
Oh man. Shall I do I need to roll? Kick some ass or
No, I'm gonna say an inanimate uh crystal skeleton is not putting up a fight.
and yeah, give it the old one too.
So as you swing up and it cleaves through the spine of the skeleton uh fairly easily. There is a little bit of resistance. What happens is a couple of things. Astra, you get hit by a shockwave very similar to when you hit the hourglass. Not enough that it deals damage or like throws you back, but it is again unlike the first two, which did also have more of a blue hue uh, of the kind of integral crystals that were causing this. It was like very easy for the sword to pass through them. The second one, there was the additional energy signature that was accompanying it. This one is the first one that seemed like it was actively trying to resist Astra striking it. But Astra is a very strong individual, fortunately, and is a very strong sword, so it was able to cleave through it nonetheless. Um, Harper, as it hits through, you feel immensely better as soon as this thing is destroyed. Um, and weirdly enough, you feel more clearly Azael, who was supporting you in lieu of Astra. As soon as this thing is destroyed, it's like the pressure of what the skeleton was creating is lifted, and you can more clearly feel Azael's hands supporting you. Luciana, what you feel is similar to when you had what you'd experienced with the statue being destroyed previously is that same like uncanny vision of Astra looks different, and looking over towards Azael and Harper, instead of Harper looking like a different person, Harper is silhouetted in like a golden energy. Um, and Azael is still present next to her. You don't have a mirror, unfortunately, to look at yourself, but you have an inkling of what you would look like in that moment, particularly after the conversation you'd had and seeing the whole animation and outfit and persona of that person. You're like, yeah, okay, I got it. And as that happens as well, what people will notice, anyone that looks at is Harper looking at their phone as, during this? Have they been looking at their phone or trying to text or trying to do anything?
I imagine that they wouldn't have, because they had the pretty quick shutdown in the thing. I think this would be probably the first time they're not looking at it.
So probably then, as soon as this crystal skull is broken, uh, you hear just a slew of notifications going off on your phone in your pocket. It would be the same with pretty much everyone in the room would have their phones going off. With multiple notifications, missed calls, things happening. And what you also hear is smashing coming from the front of the building. As you turn around, you can see a figure just smash through the front window, like some kind of action movie where someone has rappelled down the side of a building and kicked out a window and smashes through. And as you look at it, Scarlet, gun out and poised as she lands very skillfully on the ground, and she just looks around at everyone standing there and no one seemingly in imminent danger. She's like, oh, well, you're okay. That's really good news. And she'll stand up and flick her rifle and put it on her back. She's still on alert, but she'll put the gun away. You hear behind her just kind of like a couple of bangs, and Sigil stumbles through the front door. It's like, he really could have just used the door. I don't know what that was all about. And comes through, and Cephas is with them as well, stepping into the space. Everyone's just kind of staring. It's like, why was no one answering their phone for a minute? And Henry will kind of walk up and give just like an explanation. You do see Cephas looks past everyone and looks at Azael, who is just don't worry about it. I pretend I'm not here. And then the final figure that comes through the door seems to have been lingering back and bursts through is Cherry. Cephas would turn and say, I said, wait outside. I said, do not come inside. And they will just rush past, push past everyone, and just stare at Harper. And you see they breathe just a huge sigh of relief. And for a moment, they look past Harper at the figure standing behind her. And there is just a very weird moment of a dozen complex emotions running over their face. And they run forward and just throw their arms around Harper. And Luciana, who I would assume is paying close attention to the situation, just sees a very sad smile, but a lot of genuine happiness in it as Azael looks at Cherry embracing Harper, and their form just breaks away into almost cherry blossom petals, and their visage is gone.
Sweet, but rude. Question.
They did not get
No.
tethered. And that won't be
Hmm.
necessary. I'll just walk along with everyone. Don't worry about it.
Just rude.
Cherry will pull away from Harper and just, oh my god, I thought you were going to be dead or something. I was freaking out. I couldn't see you, like, at all.
Yeah, when you set out the front that you couldn't see us. I'm guessing that big thing, whatever the fuck that was behind us, was the big one.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We need to get you, like, sitting down or something.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm
You
completely fine.
always look great, but you don't look great. But you look great, but you don't look great.
I might need a touch up. Just a little bit.
Yeah. They've got some cars out the front. We should go, I think. Get you out of here.
We're in the process of going, and then you came inside, so we didn't go outside.
Are we incapable of going outside now that they're inside?
No, it just kind of held things up.
Why is it holding things up?
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, right. We definitely should get you to like out of the med bay, I guess. We're not going to take you to the hospital, but we'll get you in the first car. The rest of I mean, we got big cars. We can get most people in most cars. Let's all get out of here and get going and not be in comedy club. Hey, look, they're already doing renovations. What's like another like a hole in the wall or something going to do when they're already patching things up?
Yeah. Hole in the wall. Is there a hyena outside?
There was one, not anymore.
Okay.
Got that fixed up real good. They'll build another one. It'll be fine. They shouldn't have had it so that it could be animated if they didn't want it to be destroyed. That's what I'm saying.
What happened to old mate? Face guy.
This guy?
The the no face guy.
I didn't see.
You did. You guys ran after him. Staring down at Henry and Rohan.
Right.
Rasp.
Oh, him. Oh,
Grape.
I sliced his arm off, and then he turned into a lot of black crystals and disappeared.
You got one of the fake ones.
Oh.
The guy that I saw at the front, wasn't he also
Yes.
made of black crystals as well? One with the robe?
No. They were cut and rope so you couldn't see their features. They had a half present moon mask sticking out.
Oh, I thought you said something about crystals. Maybe I've imagined that. Uh, I also ran into the one with the crescent moon shape one. They were just hanging out the front. I don't know why. They threw me into the building.
Oh.
Probably not a friend then.
I'm gonna have a solid guess that they weren't friendly.
Um. What was the name? The will-o-wisps.
Yeah. The same one we saw then.
Cideroos. And he was talking to the flute man,
Mm-hmm.
and well, we could guess. And yeah, that guy?
Well,
Well,
similar kind of mask. I don't know if it's the same guy though.
well, I didn't see him.
Well, I very well did. Very handsy. Not much speaking. Apparently, no one speaks.
At this point, Cephas will step forward and say, "We really need to be going and talk about this back at Viridian."
Just
We really need to talk.
She's going to look you up and down, and then she's going to look at Victor, who's like very poignantly looking away from Cephas, sitting on Luciana's shoulder. It appears so.
But we can do that not here, because I'm sure there will be cops or something at some time. Or we might get sucked back into the nightmare maze. And I don't like that either. So talking later. Leaving now.
Yes. Everyone get into the cars. And Cephas will walk out. And there are a couple of like the big, like the black vans that they have out the front, which everyone can pile into and head back to Viridian. And that is where we are going to end for the evening. It was fun. Everything was fun. I think everyone had a really pleasant time, honestly. What could be
Very
more
nice
fun?
of me.
Pleasant. Casual afternoon stroll. Woo.
But we'll quickly do our end of session wrap up. Did we conclude the current mystery?
I guess.
It feels like we concluded most of it.
We concluded this part, which was the comedy club.
Okay.
This we got to the end of another cause of death in the city. Did we save someone from certain death or worse?
Each other?
Me.
You did yes each other. Also Rohan
Oh
could
yeah, I
have
forgot about
died.
him.
No,
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
forgets about him. Don't worry about it. But also everyone that would have been afflicted by this curse. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a couple of things.
few.
Souls talking to you and stuff. Previous events
Yeah.
that prevented apocalypses and stuff. Did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
Me.
You have a bird
Also,
friend now.
maybe everybody else.
Everyone,
but
I
their
think,
past lives being a little bit less talkative.
technically, we learned, not that everyone learned each other's necessarily, but we all learned the deepest psychospheres of each character,
Oh, true.
which is always fun. But that's 2 experience points for everyone.
Oh, baby. Second level up in a session.
Hey, baby.
That's a bit
Still haven't
embarrassing.
hit one because I lucked all of my failures because I didn't
Oh,
want to die.
so you
Hey,
didn't
you're
nearly
running
die?
out of chances.
Now I'm the one who's one away from leveling up. Oh man.
Now we're not at the same level anymore, Mel.
I know. I can't keep track of your points and you can't keep track of my points.
Well, with that, that is the end of our session. I was Alishiera. I was your keeper for this evening as I got to torment all of my players. Yes, I'm sorry. We did run a little bit later than we usually do, but we're living just. But I will throw it over to Burrows to do her outro.
Hi, hello. I exist on the internet. I also was Burrows today, which means that I was Harper. She didn't get really a chance to be awful today. Can't say I felt super bad for her though, but it's fine.
She got to be a bitch to herself, kind of.
True.
But to pull her own hair.
I particularly liked my comment about negative self-talk. Thought that was very funny. But yeah, just some solid self-on-self hate, apparently.
Next over to Mel.
Oh yeah, me. I am slightly more brain put together now than I was at the beginning. I'm Maleficent. I am a streamer and I am a cosplayer. And I am waiting very impatiently to find out whether I have COVID tomorrow morning because I didn't have it this morning, but my husband does. So at the moment I'm doing neither streaming or cosplaying. I am only panicking. But if you want to follow me for that, all my information is like in the thingies down there.
Friendo.
Woohoo! Hello. I'm Friendo. Tonight I was Astra, and I did actually make myself cry a little bit, which I wasn't expecting. So it was a time, but I had fun. It was a fun time, but an emotional time. Uh, I don't do a lot on the internet. Um, I had a dumb joke that I thought of earlier when I was getting ready, but I've forgotten it now and all the emotions, so it's fine. We've already used up all our dumb jokes for the day. Thanks for hanging out and watching us play fun games and make a story. Yay. All right, Allie, bake it away. Or Burrows, whichever one of you needs to talk now.
I need to talk because I'm the big rat that makes all the rules in this campaign. Like I said, I'm Alishiera. I was the keeper for this evening. Thank you very much for joining us. And I'm gonna say that it's gonna be a lighter episode next week, but it's not because it's our tentative finale. Will there be an epilogue? We'll see if we survive to have one, maybe. But as it stands, next week is the last episode, unless we do have an epilogue additional. So I cannot promise it will be less intense because it probably won't be, just in a different way. You can find me at Alishiera at any of the socials that I have. We have multiple markets coming up, which Burrows, I don't know if you hyped yourself enough in all of the excellent nerdy stickers and charms and things that you make. But Burrows and I both sell. We collaboratively work with some other people and do stalls and stands at markets. And we have Adelaide Comic Con coming up soon. We were just accepted into Smash this evening, got the email, and have GammaCon as well coming up. So lots of fun activity at conventions. Of course, you can find myself or Burrows on Etsy as well. Burrows under Burrows Art, myself under Arcane Gate Finery, to buy nerdy stuff of us, which if you like nerdy stuff, have a look, because if you stayed this long, you might like what we do, because we are nerds and cater to that because it's what we are. Anyway, we will be throwing over to raid a lovely friend, I am sure, so I'll pass back to Burrows.
Hi, hello, I exist again. It's nice to exist. We're going to go check out someone who's doing some Magical Girl homebrew system. I believe that they are doing their like planning for it. Like it says character and setting generation. So I believe that they're doing some prep work. Well, let's go say hello and be nice, be lovely, send dudes. If you have the wisdom saves dudes, send dudes. If you don't have the wisdom saves dudes, what the fuck are you doing? Get the dudes. But also just use some kind of magical, mystical, fucking what's the word? Musical instrument. I can't speak today. My brain's turned off. But yeah, I'm gonna go say hello. Thank you so much to everyone for coming tonight. Thank you for playing. Thank you to Ali for being our keeper for tonight, so that we can continue doing dumb shit in once of the week. We will be back next week. Yeah. See you next Tuesday. Bye. I need to go to the other screen. Sorry. Bye.